All right, welcome back, guys. So, it's been a little while. I have no idea how much longer we're gonna go with this series here, or whatever you want to call it, right? Playthrough. Sure, we can call it that. For this one, I do plan on picking up some of the next builds coming soon. Right now, however, I actually have, very interestingly, I have an internet outage. So we're back for some of this game. Quite frankly, we don't really have a choice. I have to play this game, right? So we've stepped away from Age of Wonders for a good while. And clearly, right? Was it called de jour? Age of Wonders is a de jour topic for the channel, this channel. So we're back for it. It's been a little while. We've been going through a game rush, a couple of them, and I think it's starting to die down. I've gotten done with a lot of videos that were, they were sitting around. Still Wakes the Deep. I finally came out with that. Well, it's not out yet, but it's going to, I finally edited it and I got it done. It took a good bit of work. Some of my other videos took even more work. So we finally got it done. There's just a lot. There's a lot that was sitting around and I was like, holy crap. When are we getting to this? But, you know, I've been trying to improve things. I've been trying to save more time. As you know, if you've been, of course, following these last couple of videos for Age of Wonders, I've talked about many times how I'm just tired, right? It's just too much overhead, too many videos that I have to do this and I have to do that. And it's just too much. It's way too freaking much. Holy crap, man. It's just too much time editing, to the point that it's like, how much can I even really record? It was crazy. And like for the last 2 months, it's been, or 3. Yeah, 3. It's been pretty crazy. But they indefinitely delayed Assassin's Creed Shadows, so that frees up my schedule a whole lot more. And we got so many things to work on, bro. It's not just this channel. I've got a bunch of freaking stuff to do, and it's just, holy crap, it's so much to do. It's a bunch of work, a bunch of time. It's, you know, one of these last couple of days, I've been sitting around and I've been freaking overwhelmed, to put it very mildly. So, we're finally back. I don't know, man. Just a moment of silence on this. Wow. So it's been a while, and I'm looking into doing some of the rest of my builds for the rest of the runs. We have a couple of, the new season pass was recently announced, and the first part of that season pass has released. It's not adding a lot of content, so I'm like, I guess don't do a video on it, but when that does come out, the actual expansions, we will be covering all of that when it comes. But, you know, I've been thinking a lot recently. And I think it's very important that we just sit here in silence Here's something that a lot of people don't realize. There's a power to silence. Silence gives you room for thought. It allows the mind to wander. And there's really no importance in forcing out of yourself many words to speak, many words to say. Now, of course, there's many people, they give a crap about this, but they really don't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care how many people, right, might want to say they matter. It doesn't matter. You need to have moments of thought to yourself. You know, when someone speaks very quickly, it's typically because it's something that's either rehearsed or it's a preset notion within their minds. Maybe someone else rehearsed it for them, but it's a thought that was already determined before you spoke. It's the only reason you're able to rattle off with something very quickly. And what you understand is there's a lot of people out there, they don't understand the importance of silence, and they don't understand the importance of thought. They don't have any thoughts themselves, but they will go out of their way to just sit around and blabber their mouth on when they really have nothing to actually think or say. They don't have any thoughts in their mind. And if you ask them, where is your thinking coming from? They can't give you an answer. And I've spoken with many of these people. And a huge part of this is the Black community. They love to throw at people that, oh, you're yapping, bro, you're yapping. It's one of the most tiring things that has now permeated modern day conversations between people. You will hear this many times from Blacks that, oh, you're yapping, oh, you're this, you're that. Have you ever just sat down and listened to yourself? That's the number one thing that Blacks need to ask themselves. But outside of that, they never listen to themselves or each other. You listen to Blacks, and they are the number one perpetrators of yapping. They'll say things, just blabber their mouth off, and there's no purpose behind their thoughts. They just yabber on. And I think it's very important that we accurately define who is a yapper and what is yapping. This is one of the most toxified statements that we can look at nowadays when people are talking about things. You listening to someone talking, it's not a waste of time. And it's certainly not a waste of time if you're choosing to share your time, to put your energy into hearing what someone else has to say. Conversation is human. And you need silence for thought. And then you need those moments to which you speak, to which you compose the most important elements of what it is that you have to say. Now, of course, Blacks, they don't understand this. And many other melanated races, they don't understand this. They only understand how to blabber on and fill every moment of silence with meaningless words. Just listen to their music. Just listen to them talk. Some of the people with the least to ever say are Blacks, and yet they think that they're in the position to put people into correction. So I think it's important that we sit within silence. Because I think there's something else that's very important to say next. I think people are fed up with it. Now, many people, they don't actually say they are fed up with it. Many people, they don't recognize that they're fed up with it. And many people, they don't admit it. They won't reveal themselves to other people that they're fed up with it. But the truth is that many people are fed up. Many people are tired of this. And there's many things that are very common sense, like what is the power of silence? Well, many white men, they understand this, but many colored men, they don't. And they'll be the first to rattle off about how speaking your mind and taking your time as you speak your thoughts, to which you've collected and you're considering every single word that you say, They're the first ones to not understand the power of this and the meaning and the utility of this. And they think that if you just keep on blabbering your mouth off quickly, you're somehow multiplying the power and the force of your own words. A lot of people nowadays, they don't like the truth. And that's just a simple fact of the matter. They don't like it. And they're quickly offended by when the truth is spoken. I think it's tiring. And I think at some point you gotta tell people to screw off. And that has to do with anything like this right here, you know? You have a lot of people, they think that they can preach to you, and yet they have no ground to stand upon. In fact, you look at what it is that they promote and what it is that they create, that when you put the reins of civilization into their hands, you see what it is that you're left with. It's not much. But yet we're supposed to listen to these people who don't even understand basic math. We're supposed to put it into their hands. No, I think a lot of people are fed up with this. I think a lot of people are tired. I know for myself, quite frankly, it's go screw yourself. If you want to sit there and you want to police me, you want to police, oh, you're not yapping in the way I want you to, because that's all black people do. They yap. And many other races, melanated, they yap. They just blabber on their frickin' mouth. Because it's a winning contest for them. How many words do I speak until I tire out my opponent? That's all it is. And they always think they're winning something. I have many thoughts on this, and quite frankly, I'm disgusted. Because they love, one big thing about blacks, they love the crap on white men. But they love white women. Gee, I wonder what that means. Gee, I wonder if that's insidious. Gee, I wonder if that's just a tad bit insulting. Gee, I wonder why white men would have reasons for why blacks should stay away from white women. Why would white men ever have this position throughout history? And why is it that we believe that a white man should be called evil because he believes that his race of women should be preserved for his race of men? Why do we say that half the things that we call evil, why do we proclaim these things to be called as evil? I think most people are very blind, and I think many people are very foolish, and I think many people are a bunch of clowns believing themselves to be scholars. All you have to do is pay attention. Just spend a little bit of time noticing what people think and say, and if you're being honest with yourself, you're going to see the truth very quickly. The way that minorities think and the way that they speak is very explicit. It's very detailed. If you actually pay attention, you actually understand very well how they think, how they speak. You understand. You understand it's very different from how white men think and speak. What is common sense to a minority individual? Of course, they're only a minority in the countries that they're invading, of course. But what is common sense to them, it's very different to what's common sense to the white man. So with this being said, there's a lot of fools out there. They like to gaslight everyone else and say that you're a fool, even though you're, of course, wiser and much more well thought out than they are. That's the only way they can win, is to obfuscate the truth and reality. That's how they win. That's how they play their game. The number one thing that you must do when you speak with a leftist is just say no. It's just say no. Now, this begs to much thought many other things. Because when you tell a leftist no, that's where the threats come in. They love to virtue signal, they love to act like they sit on a pyre and that they're better than you and that they're more well thought out and much more enlightened. But they always play the game like the freaking viperous snakes they are. Every time. If you simply tell them the truth, they lose their minds. If you simply tell them no when they say something ridiculous, and that is the response, anything they say, you just say no. Even if it's correct, you say no, because even when they're right, which is like never, but if they're basically copying what it is that you think and say, you tell them no, because that's the only way a leftist is ever really truly correct, is if they copy what anyone that isn't left leaning what they think and say. It's the only way that they're correct. You tell them no. Do not grant them the courtesy, the pleasure of feigning their purity or their excellence. They have none. They are rotten and diabolical. It's just that simple. You have to tell them no. And when you tell them no, they get upset and angry. And either you allow evil to win, you bend the knee when they get angry and they cry like children, or you stand firm. Which is not always easy to do, but it does matter. If you're being honest with yourself, you know it matters. I think that people care too much. And before I say what it is I'm going to say, despite where I stand and what it is that I believe or what it is that I'm comfortable in believing in, you must utter the truth much greater and much more readily than anything else. You must. Even if you might disagree with yourself in a year from now, it is important to speak the truth to its absolute, even if you might disagree in the future, or you might have an addendum to add on to what it is that you've ever thought or said. It's important. So with that, I say this. I think too many people are obsessed with, and again, what I say has less to do with me and more to do with the truth, which many people, they can't do. They're too retarded to separate what someone says and whether or not what you say has a truth factor to itself, or whether or not we must hold what someone says to that person, hold their feet to the fire. As if someone has to, for some reason, live by purity, by the truth. It's very difficult to do all the time. There's many things to which are true and very difficult to live by, right? Ideally, a man should be jacked, muscular. He must be strong, right? Well, it's very difficult to do that. In reality, just because someone cannot become jacked or muscular right now, that doesn't take away from what it is that they're saying. No matter who they are, the truth must be spoken no matter who the messenger is. It's important. So regardless of reality, the truth must be spoken. And I think I have to say this. The truth is that it is tiring to believe that you must live by speaking fast, to live in a world of speed, rather than to take your time and choose your words, which means to choose your thoughts. rather than to overload with an overabundance of thoughts where the majority of them don't matter. Why must a man run his mouth if every word to which he speaks holds no relevance nor importance upon his intended message? This is what you notice with a lot of people. They nowadays, because of multiculturalism, we've popularized this notion that you should just run your mouth at all times. Constant stimulus, constant overload. Oh no, people are going to lose interest if you just decide to take a moment to your thoughts and decide what it is that should be spoken. Oh no, you're going to lose people's attention. Oh no, their attention spans have gone down so low. You got to constantly keep them engaged, which means just keep on running your mouth. Good. So 75% of what it is I say is meaningless or useless, but I made those who proclaim, those who yap, I made them happy. Whatever the frick yapping means, of course. I have many things to which I can say on this, but all of this dovetails into what it is that I do have to say now. And what all of this is coming into. And I will state this one more time. It's so much more important that what you say matters, that holds the highest relevance, the highest level of importance possible as you speak, rather than having to fill in all this time for words. I'm going to be honest, in modern day, everyone has this mindset now where it's like, well, everyone's arguing for your time or whatever. Some people want to make that argument, so it's like that's the excuse. You need to figure out how to grab someone's attention every second of the day, or else you lose their attention. Oh dear God. I think that this fanatic obsession and, quite frankly, sin of vain pride to which so many are seeking out, where you falsely accrue all these lovers and supporters because you answer their demands, their entitlement for this meaningless dopamine release. Every 2 seconds, it's pathetic. And I believe that it is truthful to also say that the vain pursuit of popularity and the vain pursuit of could say populism, but this vain pursuit, it really is vanity in the end, right? But vanity through populism, it is meaningless, it is worthless, and it is a false idol. It is also a paper tiger, or you could say a paper idol in of itself. What are we worshiping? What, you want a couple more viewers, so you start running your mouth? Nothing good to say? Because you're afraid people are tuning out? And I think it's important to be truthful in all of this, because this is what a lot of people talk about. This is what they say, and this is what they demand of you. It's so funny because when you have problems with your government, a lot of people don't realize that that represents the majority. And it's like, if you have problems with your government, you have problems with the population. If you have problems with the population, then it means that most people are the problem if their representatives are a problem. So most people need to look in the mirror and answer as to whether or not the problem starts with them. Furthermore, you have something that's been popularized by specifically, and because of multiculturalism, this becomes a problem for all the races, specifically white people, the most prevalent race when it comes down to these things, these conversations, the culture. You have this problem where a lot of minorities, they popularize the notion, right? That you need to be obsessed with constantly grabbing for people's attention. And that you do everything in your power to constantly get this dopamine release. And we end up in this ecosystem where people make up these excuses, right? Oh, there's so many people to listen to. Who's going to listen to you? You got to do all these desperate attempts to get people's attention. As you say, and most of what you speak has no value, has no purpose. This dovetails from what it is I'm saying, right? These same people, the minorities, they're the first ones, and they popularized this to criticize those who chase after clout. Well, the reality is that a lot of the viewership doesn't show up unless you chase after clout. That's why you have people chasing after clout, because you're not there unless there's clout. So if you want that to no longer be an issue, then you need to address yourself. Again, this dovetails into everything else I just said previously. These problems are created by the people to which also complain about these problems. And they refuse to look into the mirror. They can't even process the fact that they are the source of the disease and all the problems that come with it. And then through multiculturalism and normalizing multiculturalism, white people, they pick up these narratives and then they act like it's their own narrative too. Oh, don't do this, do that. Why? Because a bunch of minorities said so. That's what happens. So I think it's very important that you don't stress yourself about what a bunch of retards demand out of you and how they demand how you think and the patterns to your own thought. I think a lot of people have no value when they speak. I think a lot of people, they're yabbering on when they speak, and it's not because of how much they say, or I'm sorry. It's not whether or not they're speaking, that's a better way of saying it. It's not because they're speaking, but it's because there's no content behind their speech. A lot of people, they want to normalize that you just talk your head off so that the audience remains engaged with you. No, I think this addiction to listen to everyone and their mother speak is a problem, rather than paying attention to who is speaking and what is it that they're saying. That's what ultimately matters. And we used to live in a world where that is what matters, but that was also the white man's world in the end. You choose somebody that you can trust, somebody that cares about the value and the purpose of what it is that they're speaking. And you listen to them because you know that what it is that their words carry, it's important and it matters. You knew that. And that's because you thought about it and they thought about themselves and what it is that they have to say. Rather than chasing after this vain pursuit and notion of pleasing the masses. And if you don't, it's an or else situation, then oh no, the minorities, they don't want to listen to you talk because you're yapping, right? And they only say that you're yapping because they disagree with you, not whether or not there's rhetoric, content, or reasoning behind what it is that you think or say. For whatever reason, minorities, they can't take it when people share their thoughts. For whatever reason, minorities, they don't have the time in their schedule that's filled with nothing, to listen to what someone has to say because they can't follow a train of thought. That's the problem that we have nowadays, is that a lot of these people, they can't follow when someone's speaking. They can't follow your train of thought. They can't listen long enough to maintain their attention. That's a problem with themselves, not you. So then they say that people are yapping. This is corrosive. The only time someone can be said to be blabbering their mouth off is when they don't have anything of relevance or importance to say. But okay, then you don't have to listen to them, and we all know that that's what people did for the longest time. No, these people, they have to be disrespectful about it. And then no one can call it out, because God help us if we offend minorities. God help us. We've sinned upon egalitarianism. So I say all this as a precursor to the fact that right now, Trump has just won the election a couple of hours ago. And I think it's a good thing. However, I have a lot of other things to which I have to think and say. I will say it one more time. So Trump just won the election. He gave his victory speech. Good on him. He worked really hard at getting elected, and it was very important that he got elected. But I do have a lot of things to think and say about this. It was very important. So I said this earlier, actually previously. I said the next 3 elections are going to be the most important elections that we look at for America. We just got past the first one, but 2028 and 2032, we got some big problems that are not going to be addressed within the next 4 years. And these are latent illnesses that corrode and have possessed America. What are these illnesses? Well, the core of it is egalitarianism. That's not going away anytime soon. And you have a lot of diseases that comes with egalitarianism that will have to be addressed. So effectively, what was so important about 2024? It is the election to which we secure the survival of a country. A great country that right now is becoming no more. But 2028 is going to be the election cycle that determines the spirit moving forward of the country. Where is America going for the next couple of decades? That's the truth. So right now, the survival of a country has been secured. It's been guaranteed. However, 2028 will determine where is the spirit of the country going moving forward. Because a part of egalitarianism, you have multiculturalism, which is an absolute disease. If you're paying attention, you already know what the disease is and what it comes with. It's not difficult to understand or know or see. You just have to open your eyes and be honest with yourself. And I have some things I could say about that. I guess in passing, I'll say, how many women do you, because of feminism, which is egalitarianism, how many women through feminism, they say that they're tough girl bosses. But do you know how many feminists, that if a black man were misbehaving, how many of them would actively correct that black man, correct his bad behavior, and rein him in? How many feminists do you think would approach a black man and correct him when he is misbehaving? How many do you think? The answer is 0. You want to know who it comes down to every freaking time? That if a black man is misbehaving, or any minority man is misbehaving, do you know who it comes down to correct these individuals? It always comes down to the bigots. It always comes down to the racists. Well, that's interesting. I thought that these women were tough and they were strong because If you know anything about these woke women and a lot of these feminist women in general, you will know what their standards are. You will know what pisses them off. A lot of minority behavior pisses off a lot of women. Very interesting. But yet you will notice that they never correct minorities when they misbehave, specifically minority men. So you're a tough girl boss and you're really proud of your career and you think that you're the toughest on the block, but yet for some reason, when a black man misbehaves, you don't have anything to say. Perhaps is it because you're afraid that he might commit something against you? Well, I thought you were tough. So you can fend for yourself. Oh, that's right, you don't. So gee, I wonder what feminism really is by the end of it. Because it enforces nothing but to police those who follow the better will of society. That's what feminism is a way to police those who behave correctly, not those who misbehave. And we've already seen that within the recent last couple of years. Feminists, they don't do anything when bad people, bad men, bad women do what shouldn't be done. They don't correct anybody. And of course, single mother households also reveals this factor that poorly behaved children are never corrected in a single mother household. And the worst children are raised within a single mother household. Okay. So as I mentioned all of this, multiculturalism is an absolute disease. A part of this is feminism. Part of this is also socialism. And we've seen plenty of that now. Moving into the future, we are going to be determining the future spirit. During the 2028 election cycle, we are going to be determining the spirit moving forward for America as a country. And here's the reality. Through censorship, things like bigotry are attacked. Things like racism are attacked. And these things are very natural, very normal. There's nothing wrong with it. Just like a boy is attracted to a girl. Nothing wrong with it. These are natural biological impulses that are used to solve problems. A boy being attracted to a girl solves the problem of reproduction for the human organism, that attraction trigger. A desirable female specimen being spotted out by a male, and then the male makes his attempts and his offers, whatever it is, to reproduce with the female, continuing the human race. It is a solution to a problem that we often overlook. Now, moving forward from this, when we look at things like bigotry and racism, for one, bigotry is apolitical. It's now been hijacked, and I've already spoken about this many times during these playthroughs, but bigotry is just now a political tool, but it was always apolitical. It's based in classism. Overwhelmingly, but not even that. It's just behavioral. Because someone can be a bigot and they can be poor. Someone can be a bigot and they can be rich. Etc. It doesn't matter who you are, you can be a bigot. And typically, a bigot is somebody that has the mindset of feeling entitled to excellence without having earned it. That's typically what a bigot is. Well, you have a lot of DEI people nowadays. They don't earn anything, and yet they think that they're just as good as effective, quality people. They think they're just as much, if not more, if not better. We have a lot of woke bigots nowadays. And this is not something to emotionalize, demoralize, to flagellate someone, oh, you're a bigot. I think it is important to declare that someone might be a bigot in terms of the fact that, you know what, you judge a lot of people for how strong or how healthy they are, but you are one of the most unhealthy people I've met, and you don't even know anything about health as well, and that's the bigger issue. You don't know anything about health, but yet you want to talk about health all day and scorn and scold people for their health. That makes no sense. You are a bigot. It's that simple. And you don't need to be jerking off to it. Oh, I called them a bigot. Wow, I'm so brave. No. But it is important that you call someone out for legitimate bigotry. Just to keep people honest, and that's it. Not for political reasons. Only vain people, which is the majority of people, care about seeking vanity through correcting people moralistically or ethically, right? Furthermore, it is important for us to recognize that these are natural impulses for people to which they operate upon. Human psychology, this is normal. And that things such as racism, there's a reason it exists. It exists so that you correct. For one, you must assess the distinctions amongst members of differing groups. That is called discrimination. You must discriminate others to declare the difference of their meaning, of their value, and to ultimately declare a judgment upon how far do they differ from yourself to them. It is important to which that people wield and that they exercise discrimination. Everyone wields this, including liberals, and in fact, liberals are the greatest at wielding discrimination, but yet they love to virtue signal about discrimination all day. They are some of the greatest bigots and some of the greatest hypocrites that exist. That is just a simple expression of pragmatism, nothing else. So what we see that matters so much here is that the left has done everything they can to fight against racism. And the truth is that racism is something that needs to be a part of every conversation as it naturally finds itself within. Because you need to make discriminations upon the world. What's a good civilization? What's a bad one? What's a good product? What's a bad one? What's a good food? What's a bad food? What's a good person? What's a bad person? What's a bad race? What's a good race? You need to talk about the differences of people within the world so that you keep yourself and others honest and that ultimately you correct bad, improper behavior. That's why it matters so much. And when you silence people, you go out of your way to silence people and you disallow them from being able to talk about distinctions of value between groups and members and individuals. Then you can't solve problems as it attributes to people. And when that happens, you popularize things like crime and you popularize things, a lot of social ills and a lot of social issues that goes beyond crime, right? Social inadequacy or social inefficacy or social inappropriateness, right? Truly inappropriate. You can't correct how people behave if you're too afraid to discriminate anyone or if you're not allowed to discriminate at all. So that's the issue. And this is the issue is that freedom of speech will always incorporate racism, bigotry, anything. And you need that. You need people to be allowed to speak their minds. Because, or else, you will never be able to tell what is the truth. When someone speaks with quality to their words or value to their words, what do they sound like? Well, you can only truly ever know when you listen to people who are a waste of time to listen to. And there's many of them, but it's important to know what absolutely everyone has to say or think, because some people are very bad at thinking and they become very popular. You need to know what everyone has to say or think, because there's different qualities of a bad thinker, a bad individual. You need to be able to discriminate absolutely everybody. You can't do that if you don't allow things like bigotry and or racism. And it also comes down to that there are differences amongst races. Well, if you have problems within a population and it is often tethered to race, as it is for modern day, then you will never be able to solve many modern day problems if you're too afraid to be racist for any one reason. Because people are different, and we all know it. I don't even need to say anything more on that, but I could say, like love of God, black people make it very clear that there's differences in races, even though, of course, they're the ones that clutch their pearls every day for being melanated and having to virtue signal to you that they are melanated. What the frick is this? Wow. So here's one of the issues. Once there is freedom of speech, ever truly, and if it ever is fully guaranteed again, we don't know. But I will say this, first and foremost, we need blatant racism and bigotry. Once again, that is truly what freedom of speech is. You allow everything to be said. And by the way, I do need to also say this, mention this is very important to this overall point, and I'm actually going to be making a video on this. But you have many people who try to control freedom of speech by banging the gong on terrorism. Oh no, if people are allowed to speak their mind, you're gonna have a lot of terrorists. Which is an absolutely retarded position. For one, speech is not terrorism. An action is terrorism. We have to say that first and foremost. And secondly, many people, and really anyone that's talking about this, you only proclaim it as terrorism because of what you are sensitive to ideologically. You disagree with someone that is of a certain belief. If they are willing to institute their beliefs by some way of force, which is very natural all throughout history, sometimes it goes too far, but it does not matter. Because you need force. Throughout history, you've needed force. You can't get around it. 1776, America was founded and made through force. The best country to ever exist. Nowadays, it's not so much. But the best country that we've known ever since the Roman Empire and Greece, the best country ever in modern history, was uprooted through violence. And there's many things that have been created that are very good through violence. Colonization was a very good thing for many years, instituted by very well-developed countries, or much better developed at the time countries. civilizing savages and brutes. Violence can be a very good thing, just as much as it can be a bad thing. Just like how compassion can also be a very bad thing, just like it can be a very good thing. It matters who is wielding it just as much as who is speaking is what matters, not whether or not someone is speaking. Someone speaking is not yapping. Someone having nothing good to say, that is yapping, blabbering, go down the list. Many people like to judge things loosely and lazily, and that's where we end up in a situation where people are saying things by category. They're trying to judge the world by category rather than condition, although it's the condition that matters, not the category. This is important to understand. So again, we come back down to this. Freedom of speech incorporates bigotry, racism, and also, and I'm making a video on this, as we've already detailed here, it also incorporates terrorism. Because, and ultimately, terrorism does not actually exist by speech. But people will proclaim those to whom they disagree with as terrorism because they are sensitive to their own position. That is why they proclaim you as a terrorist when you speak your mind, because they simply disagree with you. No other reason outside of this. So we need to keep this in mind, that it does not exist. Speech is not a terroristic act. And it is also much more important that you hear what someone has to think or say than it is to silence them, because you silence someone that has some very bad tendencies. They might be a criminal. They might be a terrorist. You do not want to silence them. Actually, that can cause a lot more issues. And what is truly silencing them? Is that truly going to stop them? No. And in the end, there's many people, you need the threat of violence. You need that in a civilization, or else you can never reform a civilization that has lost its way. Again, 1776 needed to happen. And there's many other times in history. Again, in feudal Europe, there's many princes and their domains, their kingdoms, their piece of land, right? Within feudal Europe, their principalities is another word that you can use. I'm forgetting one of the other words used to address a prince in his kingdom, his province. Regardless, there are many princes throughout history that were very tyrannical, or they just weren't good leaders. And the people, rightfully so, they overthrew these princes by force, by violence. Some of these men were very corrupt. Some of these men, they did not care for their people. They absolutely deserved the violence, the bloody violence of being overthrown by the people, and the people instituting a new leader. That new leader happening to be someone that instituted a proper rule over the people, to proclaim a new leader that does things the right way. That's important, and that has always mattered throughout history. Anyone that sits there and weaponizes the fear of violence upon you, you need to be more concerned about how they wish to control you, because that's really what they're saying. I want to control you, and any fear of violence is just me realizing that someone wants to get in the way of me being corrupt. That's all it comes down to. Because we all know who a criminal is, and we all know very easily, we all know who a terrorist is, and it's very clear by their actions. And, if they're allowed to speak their mind, well, you can very quickly spot out who an actual terrorist is. So this is a very made up notion that freedom of speech, we must fear that it will normalize terrorists. No, it won't. No, it won't. And actually, freedom of speech does more to fight terrorism than anything else. That's why it matters so much. You need freedom of speech, which means you need people to speak these uncomfortable thoughts that other people would like to declare is terrorism. And you also need people to freely speak their bigotry. For the many reasons I've already declared why that matters, people need to be able to speak their bigotry so that either they can proclaim themselves as correct and true, or to prove themselves false, whatever it happens to be. Because of course, right, many within the bourgeoisie, the nobles, the aristocrats, who actually happen to be the real bigots, you often throughout history, you often have many individuals who are the real bigots, and they will proclaim you as the bigot as a form of deflection and gaslighting. So it's very important that people have freedom of speech so that they can be freely bigoted, so that then we can determine who the real bigots are. If we're even correct, sometimes people will proclaim someone by large to be a bigot, and the bigot happens to be correct. Who's a great example of this nowadays? Donald Trump. Enough has been spoken there. We've seen this many times throughout history, how people are gaslit and they're shamed, and then they happen to be correct in the end. So I think it's very important to mention this, as I also mentioned the fact that racism is very important within civilization as well, as we understand that people are different. For one, different races have different genetics, they have different IQs, they have different hormones even. It is very important that you can, when you live within a civilization, that you proclaim how other members of different groups are different from yourself, so that when problems arise, you can speedily and readily solve those problems. If you are afraid, and again, you only have a problem with racism because you are sensitive towards certain groups, but in the end, everyone's racist. The people who complain about racism, they're racist, and we've seen this many times from the blacks, from Hispanics, from other groups that like to invade other countries and then proclaim themselves as the oppressed minority. Well, you could just run away to a country where you're not the minority, but you don't care, because no, you want to bash people over the head with your protected member status group, whatever it is that you currently have, whatever your temporary status is as a member of a group, you like to wield it as a weapon. Okay. But it's very important that people are racist, openly racist, because, by the way, that's people living by the truth. Yeah, if you do everything in your power to silence people, then everyone's just racist in silence. That's not very good for a civilization, and you don't want that, even though people will lie and act like they do want that. No, you don't. You don't want that, because then that's just a bunch of tension brooding in silence, and that's not good. That's not good. That just allows conflict to eventually erupt. You're putting a bottle on the keg, or you're corking it. Whatever it is, you're keeping people from speaking what it is that they truly think, truly believe, and you're preventing the truth from being spoken. So it's very important that you allow things like bigotry, things like racism, and that you allow those that you deem as terrorists to speak their mind, because the consequences in the alternative is much worse. And we've already gone through what that is and what that looks like. And of course, it's very real. And when you control what people are allowed to think or say, which means that you infringe on freedom of speech, then that does mean that you are going to multiply the problems a civilization has. Because the only way that you can solve problems is through absolute freedom of speech. So again, racism is very important because there are differences amongst races. You cannot escape that. And everyone lives by racism, no matter no matter whether or not they think that they are the victim or the oppressor. Whatever it is, everyone is racist. And the only way that you can solve these problems is by allowing people to speak. And yes, that means people are going to be uncomfortable. But would you rather someone be honest and true and uncomfortable? Or would you rather people live in concealment, which only means that the problem exacerbates, but you just turn a blind eye, and that's all it is. You're turning a blind eye. So the problem gets worse, which means the racism actually gets worse, and people start acting on it. But good, no one's speaking, and no one's speaking their mind. Thank God we're protecting all these members of different groups. And here's the issue. Racism exists because different members of different groups, they behave differently. And you have many members of different groups, they behave poorly. If you cannot correct a certain race of how members of their group behave at large in general, if you cannot correct them, you're not allowed to offend them. And yes, when you correct somebody, that will always offend them. You are, for instance, offending a child. If they're being noisy and they're annoying, and you correct them, you say, stop being noisy and annoying. That is an offense upon the 2-year-old or toddler, whatever. And they will make it well known to you, especially if they have power. They will make it known to you that they don't like it, that you corrected them, and they will punish you. And we all know just how extensively or how well a toddler will go to punish you for correcting them. We all know. The same thing goes for when you silence people in their speech. If you're not allowed to correct other groups and other individuals and other members of their poor behavior, if you're not allowed to freely speak your mind and ultimately correct them, that's the intent of freely speaking your mind, is to surpass disingenuous communication, disingenuity, to be honest with others. If you wish to surpass that, honesty in your speech, then you are only going to exacerbate the problems that exist before you. Silence is not a solution. Or rather, actually, a better word. Because, right, there's many benefits to silence, but censorship, which is, right, enforced silence, is not the solution to problems. And there's no way that you can solve a problem. And the problem only gets worse when you enforce silence. So you have to be able to speak, and you need to be uncomfortable, or else the problem becomes more severe. And you cannot avoid that. This is the issue with these individuals. And again, the left, they're insanely racist in the end. We all know. And yet they love to preach on about it. So again, it's not whether or not these things are actually bad, because no one actually believes in this made up good and evil that we come up with. Oh, if people have their freedom of speech, evil will be brewed alive and come back and blah, 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 blah. Right? They talk about all these problems and oh no this, oh no that. No, you must allow people to speak within the truth, and you must allow people to live within the light. Because what makes you uncomfortable very well might be what heals you. Or what makes you uncomfortable reveals to you people who need to be addressed. People who are a genuine problem. And we have examples for that. But it's better that people can speak their mind and that you solve problems through freedom of speech. If you don't have freedom of speech, then problems only multiply. They're never solved. And that's the simple truth. So here's the issue. If freedom of speech is to ever truly make its reunion or to be reestablished in any way. If that's something that we are to see coming into the future, well, then we have a problem here, which is that the second that you guarantee, once again, freedom of speech, it's going to make these activists uncomfortable and they're going to complain. If you guarantee freedom of speech, people are going to be offended. People are going to proclaim that they are oppressed. They're going to say that they're victims, and you are going to reawaken the enemy, because the enemy only sleeps once they've silenced their opposition. The people who activate their sensitivities, and that's all it is. Again, no one cares about what's right or wrong. People care about what they are sensitive to. Again, the left is insanely racist. They just don't like the people who are racist that make them uncomfortable. That's all it is. And this applies to many other conversations. The left believes in, for instance, utilizing weapons to enforce their beliefs. What the left does not believe in is their opposition having access to weapons to enforce their beliefs, which happens to be, of course, for people who are not the left, it happens to be that they wish to fight against tyranny, right? Fascism, whatever else. That's the purpose of having weapons, so that you ensure your freedoms. That's the purpose of it, and the left, they don't like it. So they wish to infringe upon your right to have weapons, which means your ability to exercise violence. Again, the left, though, they believe in violence. They just believe that they're the only ones that should be allowed to wield it. That's it. Because it comes down to, what are they sensitive to? Same thing goes for bigotry, same thing goes for racism, and same thing goes, BLM. We know that they are domestic terrorists. And ultimately, it's what they did that was true terrorism, not what they said, and that's really for most groups. Even though what they say is retarded and they need to be sent back to their country, still, it comes down to someone's actions more than anything else. But how many leftists gave a crap about those terrorists? How many cared? How many said that the BLM activists needed to be silenced? No one said that. Because no one truly cares about what is truly right or wrong. They care about what they are sensitive to. That's what they care about. And that's what we are seeing right now today. So again, there is no slight that can be made against freedom of speech. Freedom of speech must live in absolute. Or you could say in absolution. But in the absolute, freedom of speech can only exist. If you make any slight upon freedom of speech in any way whatsoever, right, and you say like, oh, this is promoting this, violence that, violence this, right, how we weaponize violence, then okay, then you believe that there should be no freedom of speech. And that means that then you want to have a lot of problems in society that will never be addressed, and that means that then tension and conflict will only brew, which then inadvertently that promotes more violence. It's just happening in the dark. Concealed violence, you could say, or whatever else. But not even that, because you're also begging for a bloody revolution when you silence people. We've seen this all throughout history. There's a reason why freedom of speech is the First Amendment. We've already gone through many republics in feudal Europe. We don't need this anymore. We already know why freedom of speech is absolute, and it can only exist through the absolute. So no matter how endangered you believe you ever are, if you silence people, you're only creating a further problem. Freedom of speech is absolute, and this is the problem right now that we see. Okay, so Trump won. What's the problem with this? Okay, If freedom of speech is guaranteed, of course, the left, they're going to reawaken and they're going to complain about people being able to freely speak their minds, being able to actively share their thoughts. It's going to exacerbate a lot of the activism on the other side. And this is the issue, is do conservatives truly believe in freedom of speech or not? Because these are fascists. That's what they are. And when you have freedom of speech, you have the power. Because you are allowed to disseminate information, what is true and what is false. You're able to share your thoughts and battle against them and what they have to think or say. But if you are not allowed to have your freedom of speech, then the left wins and they're happy. They're happy. Even though problems exacerbate and civilization falls into active decay. And ultimately that also means on the other side of the coin, not coin actually, the dice, the multifaceted problem that we have here, that just means that nothing gets done about corruption or misconduct within civilization. Again, everything that the left will try to declare upon you or moralize you against or about, whatever it is, you must say no. When a leftist tells you you're racist, you just say no. And that's it. When a leftist says that you're a phobe, you say no. Whatever it is that they say upon you, proclaim upon you, you say no. Even if it's true, if it happens to be true, which, I mean, typically it's not. They always say things that aren't true. They are categorical liars. By nature, they are the spirit of Lucifer within civilization. We know this. We understand this. But no matter what it is that they say, you must say no. And the only way that they're ever typically correct is by copying what it is that you think and say. Oh, well, we need to do something about crime. You tell them no. You tell them no. Because that's where they try to hijack the truth and weaponize it to their own desires. So even if they take what it is that you're correct about and they copy your points, they copy what it is that you think and say, you tell them no. No matter what, you tell them no. Because like a child to whom you cannot trust, you must always deny them the power to which they believe they are entitled. Or else, civilization falters. It's very important that you stand by this, that no matter what, you tell a leftist no. Because they're never correct and they always weaponize the truth or they weaponize information, just like Lucifer. It's very important to understand this. So again, the right wins when the right has freedom of speech, because that means you're allowed to correct problems. And because you're allowed to correct problems, which means that you're speaking about problems, you're going to make a lot of people uncomfortable because they are the problem. Well, they need to be uncomfortable. It's not only they deserve it, but it's just a simple pragmatic truth. Why would you avoid the truth? But outside of this, the only way that the left ever wins is by silencing their opposition. That's the only way they win. It's the only way. And once they can silence those who make them uncomfortable, then they are content. But of course, then civilization falters, it's destroyed, it falls apart as we know it. So it comes at a price. Are you willing to pay that price? Well, you're not. That's the ultimate truth. No leftist ever pays off the debts of their sins. They never do. It's always up to the people who are the bigots and the racists and the terrorists. They always have to pay off the debt of a leftist. They're the ones who have to pay it off every time. The evil ones. You know, as spoken by the gaslighters. That's why you tell them no. Because ultimately, they are truly the ones who are incorrect. They are truly the ones who are evil. No matter what it is that they think or believe. Again, you tell them no matter what it is. Oh, you're an ist. Oh, you're a phobe. Oh, you're this. Oh, you're... If they even weaponize, oh, you're conservative. You tell them no. No matter what it is, you tell them no. Because they never live within the truth. They always conceal it. And when they conceal it, they exacerbate conflict. They exacerbate problems. You do not allow them that luxury. You tell them no. You love your family. No. No. Just no. You do not allow them to frame anything to you. Your reality. You never allow it onto them. Because that's where they weaponize everything. Again, they say something like, you love your family. You tell them, no, not to you. No, I don't. You never grant them any leverage in conversation, anything. They will always weaponize it. You must deny them of the reality that they are trying to paint for you. You must. It's the only way that you survive. That's ultimately the truth. And that is why freedom of speech matters so much, is that ultimately it not only guarantees that you survive, but it also means that you're allowed to make someone so uncomfortable that you resolve conflict. That's what it means. And it doesn't look pretty, freedom of speech. It never will. Because there's a lot of people who are not pretty. And a lot of those people, if you allow them to go by uncorrected, or you allow them to go by undefined, right? Because for a leftist, what truly defines them is what truly offends them. Hi there, you're an idiot. Hi there, you're not very smart. Hi there, you're not very attractive. That offends a lot of leftists. We have many examples for this. So then they say, you need to be silenced. You're offending me. Again, you have to live by the truth. And to live by the truth means that you offend everybody. Sometimes you offend yourself. You need to be offended. It's very important that you yourself are offended. Because if you are never offended yourself, then the truth has never been spoken. No, you need to say what makes anybody, everybody uncomfortable. And in the end, you need to verify what has been spoken or said. Regardless of how comfortable you are, you need to verify and determine the veracity of what it is that you say. That's what matters. So that's what I have to say about all of this. So right now, Trump has won the election, but that comes at a price. Comes at the price that the left is going to reawaken, and they're going to fight very hard to fight against bigotry and racism and, oh, you're promoting terror. None of these things exist. It's just that we're very sensitive to your beliefs. And the second that you're allowed to speak by what you believe in, we now must come up with these terms to silence you. That's what it is. You have to tell them no. No, people need to be allowed to speak their mind, no matter how many people are offended. For instance, We have a huge issue with the black population. A lot of them are gangbanger wannabes or just outright gangbangers. A lot of them are very disregarding, very disrespectful, and they do not promote a civil society wherever they go. They need to be called out for this. Of course, the left, they love to sit there and tell you that you need to be silenced for stating that, for saying the truth. Of course, if you bring a minority, including a black person or any other kind of minority, if you bring them around a leftist, they will be immediately uncomfortable, and they will immediately complain, and they will immediately engage in what they have for so long pressured and moralized you and called you evil for when you sounded the alarm or you called these groups or these individuals out and said, these mother effers in this group, they keep on behaving like X, Y, and Z, and they're not like us. Oh, well, you should be silenced. Okay, how about you go live around these people or whatever else, deal with them in some way? How about you deal with them then? Oh, that's interesting. Now you're not so happy when it does finally happen. These are people in ivory towers. That's why they sit there and moralize you on racial politics, etc., and tell you that you don't have a right to speak on any of these issues because they live within blissful ignorance. But the second they live within your reality or the reality, you don't have to live in it. It's just reality. Once they live within it and they live by it, then suddenly they become the bigots that they wanted to silence. And that's the problem. And that is why freedom of speech matters. Because you cannot sacrifice the truth. When you sacrifice freedom of speech, you sacrifice the truth, and the truth is not always comfortable for anybody. And it shouldn't be. Sometimes the truth is very comforting. Sometimes it's not. The truth does not abide by you. It abides by itself. And that's the way it should be. You cannot propagandize the truth. You can't enforce the truth. You can't do any of that. You can only observe, witness, live through the truth. And then it's up to you, what do you do about the truth? And there's only so many solutions that actually exist. And by the way, a part of truthful solutions is violence. 1776. There was only one way that America was going to be made, and that was by violence. And throughout many years of feudal Europe and many corrupt or just lazy or weak princes and kings, you had a lot of men. The truth is that they were not proper leaders. And the people were better off. They weren't starving. They weren't poor. They weren't struggling. They weren't dying by the thousands once they engaged by the truth, which is what? They engaged by violence to overthrow the unrighteous prince. And either they just simply got rid of him, or they had to go to war, fight him, and kill him. Whatever it comes down to. They had to utilize some level of violence with some kind of outcome. Maybe they exile the prince, whatever it is. It does not matter. They have to, by the most necessary means. Sometimes violence is the only solution. And once you get the solution through violence, you have a peaceful society. You can recover your economy. The people are not dying to starvation or whatever else the issues are outside invaders. That's another problem. Throughout history, we've had many princes overthrown in many different societies because they were not taking care of the people. They were allowing outside invaders, and the people had to overthrow violently their leader who was not taking care of them. And because of doing this, they saved their own lives. This is why I am so disgusted with this weaponization by these people when they say that, oh, but if we allow freedom of speech, what about the violence? What about the violence? For one, violence is not freedom of speech. But also, you are not in the position to tell people whether or not violence is the solution, because when people are struggling and that's the only solution left, yeah, they need to save their own freaking hides. Yeah, that's important. You're not in the position to tell people what it takes to save their own life in the end. With or without violence has nothing to concern with you. And again, freedom of speech, it reveals all. It's like, you're right. You're right. It is important. We shouldn't have to come down to violence to fix problems. That's why we have freedom of speech, so that people can talk out the problem before it gets too bad. It's when you start silencing people, that's when you guarantee violence. And it's necessity. So yeah, something should be done about that, absolutely. We should have freedom of speech so that we don't have these problems. Again, this is the greatest sin that has been done upon freedom of speech, is to make it synonymous with terrorists or violence or whatever else. No. Just simply no. That is false. You are not being honest. You're not being truthful. And you cannot so simply whisk away freedom of speech in such a manner and believe onto yourself that you're going to have a much more peaceful and effective society. So anyways, those are my thoughts. And, I think moving forward, I don't really know. With Trump winning, I don't know how much better things are truly meant to be. I don't know how many things are actually going to get better. I am praying that things do get better, and that, for one, the Constitution is made mandatory upon everyone. Specifically, the First Amendment. We need free speech. You lose civilization if you have no freedom of speech. And right now, let's just be honest. Because as I was talking about earlier, when I was saying all this, we have a problem coming into the future here where if we don't have freedom of speech, right now we have a huge problem with race within America. And the EU, by the way, as well. But, America leads the world. Right now, you have a huge problem with race within white civilizations. Right now, we are erasing white civilizations. We need freedom of speech. Because when it comes down to 2028, that is going to be and 2032, as I said, the next 3 elections are going to be the most important elections for America and the world. We just got past the first one. Now we got to get past the next 2. Because if we don't go in the right direction and we do not guarantee the sovereignty of these countries, specifically the European Union and America, white civilizations, you're going to see a lot of problems, because right now race is absolutely a problem for these countries. And if this is not solved, this is the death of these civilizations. Multiculturalism, many people are not willing to say this, but it's absolutely true. Multiculturalism is a nation buster. If you do not address it, you will be destroying your society inside and out. It's just that simple. And right now, I'm going to be honest with you, in America, there's so many people So many people, they do not behave like proper Americans because they're not proper Americans. And you have a lot of people out there, they won't even speak English. You don't have a country if people cannot speak the same language. You just don't. You don't have an election if people are not speaking the same language. You just don't. So something needs to be done about that. You can't go kumbaya with the rest of the world and believe unto yourself, oh, everyone can just hold hands and we can all rejoice together in our different ethnic languages. No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It's a cool party trick that everyone has their little language and they speak it here and there. Oh, look at me. I can speak in French. I can speak in Portuguese. I can speak in Spanish, blah, blah, blah. But if you're not speaking in English in an English-speaking country, we got a problem. And that's what we have right now. There's a lot of people, they're speaking in Japanese, Chinese. Japanese, not so much of an issue, but it's Chinese. It is Spanish. That's a huge problem right now. Speaking in some random, depending on the person, some sort of Islamic language in America. There's many other languages, by the way. You have a lot of people, they refuse to speak English. Why? You live in America, a white man's nation, English-speaking country, and you refuse to show respect to the country and speak their language. This is what happens when you bring in a lot of people from other nationalities, and you should never do this. Multiculturalism does not work. You must always maintain minority demographics. You can never overthrow the majority demographic in any country. And a country should always be righteous, but when a country is righteous, it is not right and proper, for instance, to walk into China and that you just start invasively assimilating the culture and the people, and you're like, okay, I'm going to start speaking some language. I mean, English is it's a different story because that is the global language for good reason. But you can't be French, you can't be German and just walk into China and expect everyone else. Unless your country is the leading superpower, you can't just walk into someone else's country and expect that you start speaking your language. You start becoming a citizen amongst their people, whether or not they want you to be or not. And you just start speaking your own language, whether they like it or not. You don't do that. You don't walk into Germany and start speaking Spanish or start speaking Chinese, whatever. Sorry, Chinese is, well, it doesn't matter. It's Mandarin, you know, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? You don't do this. You don't walk into Russia as a Chinese man and start speaking in Mandarin. No, you speak Russian or English. Because who's the superpower, right? Things must be done by their conditions, and their conditions are, what's the premise for condition? Is righteousness. So what is the basis for a country? Okay, that's the righteousness. It's the ancestry. But also, who is the leading superpower of the time? Okay, that's righteousness. Right? So during Roman times, people had to speak in their tongue because Rome was the prevailing nation of the time. Same thing for Greece. Okay, Greece was the prevailing nation. So non-Greek nations, they need to wisen up and speak in Greek. It's just that simple. And you can speak in your own language for your own country, but you also need to know the prevailing nation's language. For the most part. Especially though, especially if you're gonna live within that person's country. If you're gonna live in Rome, you better be speaking the Roman freaking Empire's language. You better be. Which I believe was Latin. But as I remember, they were also transitioning out of Latin by the end of the cycle for Rome. Anyway. But you better speak Greek when you're in Greece, when you're living in Greece. If you're living in Egypt, you better speak in Egyptian. For some reason in America, you're not supposed to speak English. Why is that? So again, I don't think that's something that is going to be fixed within Trump's presidency. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that's going to just get a lot worse. And that's my huge concern right now. It's actually going to get worse. And on top of this, feminism is only going to get worse as well. So again, multiculturalism is going to get worse. More and more people are going to speak their own language. More and more members from these other demographics and groups are going to be coming into the country. And they're going to be changing America fundamentally from what the founding stock is, which is Anglo-Saxon, Western European. That's what it is. Caucasian. Okay? That is America. And right now, I don't think that's actually going to be solved within Trump's presidency. So again, I say this. The next 3 elections are going to determine the fate of America. We got past the first one. America's going to survive. What's the issue moving forward? In 2028, we are going to be determining the very spirit of America. Are we going to allow these other ethnicities and groups to come in and fundamentally transform the nation away from a white man's country? And trust me on this, you're going to be sacrificing a whole lot when you decide to bring in these third worlders into a first worlders nation and allow them to transform you. You're going to be sacrificing a lot. It doesn't matter what Trump does during his presidency. It's all going to be done for. You're going to be sacrificing a lot because you cannot change who people fundamentally are, and that has to do with their genes, and their genes has to do with their ancestry, which means ultimately their race and their family line. Macro to micro. Macro, the race. Micro, the family line. Europeans have a very different macro and micro than Hispanics, than Muslims, than, go down the list, Africans, even Russians at times. But not completely, you know. But especially from like Asian descent. In 2028, this is going to be the leading problem. Whether people know it or not, and either it's going to be concealed because of the Trump presidency, or it's going to be concealed because of the Trump presidency. People are going to be doing so well that they're going to be ignoring the fact that no one's speaking English anymore. That nobody has a shared sense of American values and patriotism anymore. It might just be concealed because of the Trump presidency. Which means that in 2028, either people are going to be talking about it, it's going to still be an issue, and it's going to be very blatant, or that's going to be the issue in 2032. My guess is it's going to be the issue in 2032 unless the Trump presidency ends up not concealing that reality of multiculturalism and its detriments. But more so, what I believe is going to be the leading issue for 2028 is going to be feminism, because that, the scourge and the problems that follow feminism, it's not going away. And in fact, it's only going to get worse under Trump. That's just a simple truth. So again, in 2028, multiculturalism and feminism, that's pretty much what's on the docket, and those are going to be the leading issues. We have done everything through feminism to disadvantage and wound men at large. But through feminism, we've also pushed a lot of multiculturalism, which has also wounded the common American male. So men are only going to continue having further and further problems despite the Trump presidency. So again, the leading issues for 2028 are going to be feminism and multiculturalism, whether people know it or not. People are going to know it with feminism because feminism is not going away. And I think it's only going to get worse, if I'm being honest with you. But then, whether or not we do anything about multiculturalism in 2028, that will determine just how big of an issue it's going to be in 2032. Because in 2032, that's going to be make or break. And it's just that simple. If multiculturalism is not addressed in 2032, I'm just going to say it, America will officially no longer exist. The United States of America will be dissolved. It will simply become a new country at that point. And 1776 will mean nothing any longer. It will be a distant memory. And this is simple pragmatism. You don't have a choice in this. This is the future, and this is what's coming. You cannot fundamentally change a country and expect it to remain the same. You can't just bring a bunch of Germans into Iraq and think that Iraq is going to remain Iraqi. No. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Unless you remove the Germans some way, somehow, then okay, then Iraq is still Iraqi. But that's not how it works. That's not how it works. So, right now, America is no longer going to be American. Right now, it's already barely American as we're speaking today. But as we go into 2028, as we go into 2032, is America going to still be American? Right now, I'm going to be honest with you. America is not America today. We have the illusion that it's still America. But we are hanging on by a thread. That's the truth. That's the truth. We are hanging on by a thread. So if we don't solve anything by the year of 2028, the ultimate reality is there's going to be a lot of people that need to address this problem. There's going to be a lot of conversation around the problem, specifically feminism. That's the leading issue right now. And there's a lot of issues that comes with it. How women vote, a lot of issues come with that. Because of women voting and also just feminism at large, we had the civil rights era happen, which is one of the worst things to happen upon America. Everyone lies to you and says that it's virtuous. Oh, the civil rights era. No, it was one of the most insidious moments in American history. And it really did. It damned the country ever since. Because what it did is it was egalitarianism. Feminism, of course, is a part of egalitarianism, but through feminism, we eventually pushed for not only the equality of all gender, but also all race, which does not exist. And now we live in a future where we're acting like there's equality amongst race. I want you to go spend some time around other races. There's no equality there. And the furthermore that you ingratiate yourself within these other races is the more you realize, wow, we're nothing alike. Here's the reality. You take it for granted when your society and your culture is endemic of its own race. When you live within a European country, there's just a lot of benefits that comes naturally as a result of everyone being Anglo-Saxon with common ancestors through their white Caucasian heritage. Once you remove that shared ancestry in your nation, you start to sacrifice a lot of things. Economy, innovation, which means technology, your culture, how men and women interact, so how people mate, that changes. Your music changes, which changes the spirit of your nation. So many things change when you fundamentally change the race of a country. People take it for granted when their own race is endemic of their nation. You live at the peak of your own people and their potential. And ultimately some races, they have nothing to prove. How many generations have gone by and Africa is still a hellhole? It's endemic of their group. It's that simple. But how many people have lived within beauty? Through the heights of Germany, the heights of Europe, Finland, Sweden, Poland, go down the list. When they are endemic of their own group, you live within the height of your own people. Once you remove those people, once you remove their endemic property, you remove the height of that group. And through multiculturalism, by the way, your group happens to actually go to war with themselves. And that's the furthermore issue, is that now people start playing favorites. Oh, I'm with the blacks. Oh, I'm with the Muslims. Oh, I'm with the Indians, the Pakistanis, whatever the frick. Some random person in their group. I'm with them. I'm not with my own people. When you bring in these other groups, some of your people start to rationalize that they should go against their own people, and typically because of a disease, the wokeness disease, the egalitarianism disease, which has happened to Rome and it's happened to Greece, by the way. In many other nations that have dealt with multiculturalism on whatever scale, small or large. As I remember, it's happened to Egypt as well, of course differently, because it's a different race of people, so of course it's going to happen differently, but still, it happened there too. I mean, it's happened for many groups, even during like King Solomon's time. I mean, you can go all throughout history, man. It's happened time and time again. How many times do we have to see this and never learn from this lesson? This is why I made the video, and it's so important. The video's not out yet, but this is why I made the video addressing global segregation. We need global segregation, or else you're going to bust your country, your nation, and you don't have a choice in it. It doesn't matter how moral you believe you are, how virtuous you think you are, your country's going to die. Either you speak up against it or it goes. It dissolves. And then once that happens, it doesn't look pretty. I can just say that. And nobody enjoys it. Nobody enjoys it. The fall of Rome, the fall of Greece. Most people, that is, they don't enjoy it. Obviously, the wealthy, they're fine. They're fine. This is exactly what I'm coming down to when I say this. The Trump presidency, it matters because is America as a country going to survive? The likelihood is very high now that it's going to survive as a country. What is the next issue for 2028? will America remain the same? Because that's the election that determines the future spirit of the country. And if we don't address feminism or multiculturalism in that freaking election, then we're going to have to hold out for 2032. And that's where it's going to be determined, where people are actually going to finally speak up and be like, yo, enough with this. This multiculturalism dog crap, it's not working. Feminism, we've been sticking with it this long. Now, again, there's a chance that everyone's going to ignore feminism in 2028. But right now, feminism is a huge issue. I don't know how people are going to overlook it in 2028. But it just depends on how heavily people are going to be putting on the blinders. Honest to God. So either people wake up early or they wake up late or somewhere in the middle. I think it's somewhere in the middle. So what does that mean? I truly believe this. Right now, it could be faster and sooner. I don't know. So, okay, 3 outcomes happen. Okay. So let's put it like this. Feminism and multiculturalism will be an issue in 2028, but no candidate is going to be speaking about it. Influencers are going to be speaking about it, but not the candidates, okay? Or 2028, feminism will be rebuffed. And there will be maybe one main candidate or maybe 2. I don't know. But someone's going to be speaking against feminism in America, which then ultimately means also the world, okay? But nobody's going to really address multiculturalism. Everyone's going to know it's an issue by that time, but no one's going to be comfortable talking about it. Okay? That's option 3. Or I'm sorry, that's option 2. Option 2 of 3, okay? And that is the mildest, or sorry, well, yeah, not really maybe the mildest. That's the middle of the road outcome, okay? Maybe it's mild. I don't know if that's mild, if I'm being honest with you. Option 3 is that both feminism and multiculturalism are both addressed because both of them are understood for the issue that they are. I would be most surprised by this. Really determines this happens are the players, because right now there's a lot of people and they're going to be having their thoughts right now and it's going to develop over time, okay? So it really depends on who's going to be waking up to all this, who's going to be acting out on it, and who's going to be calling this crap out. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think anyone's willing right now to call out multiculturalism. I think everyone's deathly afraid of it. Even though it brings a bunch of problems to society, no one's willing to talk about it, okay? But I do know for a fact that everybody wants to talk about feminism right now, because feminism is an issue for every single group of men. No matter what man you are, feminism is tearing apart relationships between men and women. So listen, I mean, you can't get around the issues of race. You're never going to be able to get around that. But every man right now is facing the issue of feminism. So I think it's unavoidable. That's my personal belief. Feminism, it has to be addressed in 2028. There's no way around that. But maybe everyone just chooses to be blind. I don't know. Because ultimately it comes down to the candidates, and maybe the candidate that's willing to fight back against feminism, he might not be ready to run in 2028. That's the simple truth. That's why I say it may or may not happen. I know that it's within the cognizance right now, it's in the zeitgeist of modern culture. Men right now are concerned about feminism. Every group of men. Everyone knows that multiculturalism is a freaking joke. But right now, there's so many attempts by everybody to make everybody believe that multiculturalism is not a problem, that all these nationalities sharing one country just doesn't cause any issues. No one's willing to talk about that. Nobody. And largely that's because everyone's afraid of the freaking minorities in these countries, in the UK, in the EU, in America. Everyone's afraid to offend and ultimately piss off the minorities. So I don't think it's going to be addressed unless the guy that addresses, whoever it is in 2028, if that guy is finally ready in 2028 to run, he's going to be addressing feminism first and foremost. But if he's also willing and he sees through the multiculturalism issue, then he's going to sit there and he's going to also call that out. I don't think that is likely, by the way. I don't think so. So I think it's more likely in 2032. Of course, I really think it's way more likely in 2032 if that guy's not comfortable with it. But again, that's dependent on so many factors, because that's also going to be a re-election term, election period. So I who knows, you know, it depends on how much people will wake up to it, but it's a problem that is not going to go away. It is endemic. You know, once you bring in these other, again, politics is racial. There's no way you can get around that. It is endemic of a country that once you bring in multiple nationalities, they're all going to go to war with each other. That's in Greece, in biblical times, and in Rome, this happened. You cannot avoid this. So what? Are you going to allow the problem to eat you from inside out? Or are you going to address this problem and say, no more, get the frick away, you know? And we have to create a permanent solution to this. Simple as that. We need to create a permanent solution. Whatever that looks like, whatever it is, does not matter, because you're not going to have that country survive if you persist multiculturalism. Of course, what do I say? What is my position? Send everybody back to their country. Send everybody back to their country. It's just that simple. Just that simple. And then you figure out a way to have commerce with those other countries. I would not say create a socialist, like, do not create a global socialist economy. Everyone should not be doing equally well. No, there should be a top dog. You need that for psychological reasons and just other reasons outside of psychological, okay? Just by merit alone. But send everybody back to their countries, okay? Keep ethnicities with each other and ultimately establish healthy commerce between different countries where everyone's doing largely well for themselves. Some countries are going to be a lot more wealthy than others, but everyone's doing fine for themselves, okay? Everyone can enjoy their music as it is ascribed to their group, their culture, right? So the blacks, they can continue doing their rap music, their degenerate dog crap in Africa, but leave everybody else out of it. As simple as that, okay? That's what we're talking about here. And that's going to be necessary going into the future. So again, is that going to be addressed in 2028 or 2032? Don't know. But I think it's going to be unavoidable by 2032 if nobody addresses it before then. Outside of that, you have the major issue, which is feminism. And right now, you have such a bad relationship between men and women. Women, it's simple as this. Women need to be disadvantaged in the economy. Right now, they're being privileged in the economy. No. Here's how it needs to work. We have jobs within the economy. We have roles that need to be fulfilled in the economy. Men must be entirely pre-selected and advantaged to fulfill the roles of society. So our generals, our politicians, our businessmen, our CEOs, COOs, our managers, whatever, okay? No man should and can be left behind. Every man needs to be positioned at the highest, most possible position within society, economically, as attuned to his skills, to as far as he can prove himself. Every man must have a proper job. No role must be reserved for a woman. Every position is reserved for men, and they compete for those roles. This is the solution. And then for whatever roles that cannot be found for any man, no man can fulfill that role. There's no man you can find, whatever that role is. Hypothetically, we can't find a dude to be a CEO or whatever, some position, okay, business owner, something, for a position. We just cannot find a guy. We tried. Then fine, you put women or you put a woman into that role. Then you start selecting for women. But first and foremost, we go out of our way, select only exclusively for men. Men must be entirely advantaged in the economy to the point that you have to exhaust every man before you start filling in women into economical roles, no matter what. It's that simple. So if there are men who want to be nurses, you fill men into those roles first and foremost. If men want to be engineers, you fill them into those roles first and foremost. You completely advantage the men and you completely disadvantage the women. That simple. That simple. I have some other things to say about this, like, voting. It should be that if you're making an income, because screw taxes, if you're making an income within America, and I think this is the way it should be in all the rest of the world, if you're making an income, then you have the right to vote, right? And maybe depending on your income, maybe you get a little bit more of a vote, maybe, or maybe not. But people who do not make an income, they don't have the right to vote. End of the freaking conversation right there, okay? We must reform, and this is the issue going into the future. Feminism has to be done away with. It is destroying America. Because here's the premise. When you financially and or economically enable a man, he creates a family. One more time. When you economically / financially enable a man, he creates a family. He creates children. When you here's the next part. Very important here. When you economically / financially enable a woman, you have just then and there effectively destroyed a family. And it happens just about every single time. It's not even up for debate. It's not even up for debate. Not even. Nope. We all know it. Even leftists know it. And who gives a crap about them? They're all liars, but still, they know it too. This is what's going to matter so much for that man, whoever it is in the future, that runs on this. And he needs to run on this. okay? Whoever it is that addresses feminism, this is the only way that we heal right now the current disaster between American men and women. You have to advantage the men for your economy. Every role is reserved for a man. No matter what that role is, a man is reserved for it. When you run out of men, then you have to select for women. Okay? The most qualified, of course. Whatever those roles happen to be. Okay? If men make up 100% of CEOs, good. Good. This has to be done. And I would marry with this that if you're making an income, you have the right to vote. And it's that simple. Or maybe you get a certain number of votes, whatever it is, whichever one. I would just say the right to vote. Simple as that, okay? So college students, by the way, if they're not making an income, you're not going to have the right to vote. You need to be, in some way, somehow, you need to be working, okay? Whatever that work looks like, you just need to be making an income. It's that simple, okay? And I think in some way you also need to disadvantage sex work, okay? These are all extra. I mean, the very basis is everything I mentioned previous. I would say though, these are add-ons that really matter. But what is it that we need to do? We need to re-institutionalize men getting married. And at the very least, if they're not getting married, because maybe screw the church and screw the government, nobody should be involved in my marriage outside of God. Okay, fine. Whatever it is, men need to be entirely advantaged to have money, to be economically well off, and to be producing families. However it is that they find their way to doing that, I don't care. We need to reinvigorate the health of the people within the country, because right now it's terrible. Women right now they are on SSRIs or opiates, any kind of happiness drug that's out there. Women are on it right now, and a lot of them are overdosing, by the way. Okay? We need to address this. Because this is a problem for women. Of course, through feminism, they mobilized all of this. But it needs to be solved. It needs to be solved. It needs to be solved right now, but no one's going to do it right now. So that's why I'm saying 2028, it's the best chance that it will be solved. Or someone's going to do something about it. Someone's going to run to do something about it. And everyone knows it's an issue right now, so there's no way that you can avoid it. Someone has to run on it, and if they don't win on it, then we're screwed. I'm just going to be honest with you. We're screwed. But it's going to be such a big issue. I don't think it's realistic that anyone can lose going against feminism, I'm going to be honest with you. Unless you got censorship or something. I don't know. Okay? But right now, you have a lot of men. They're dying because they're killing themselves, and it's all because of their despair. And it's like, and you have so many men right now, and let's just be honest about this for 2 seconds. You have a lot of men who are now very pathetic in America. A part of advantaging men and pre-selecting for them and completely privileging them in the economy is so that these men do not enter despair. You expect them and you enable them so much that they have every reason to take care of themselves. Then they only have themselves to blame entirely. But then they're also producing families. And that also means that women are not going to be entering the workforce, which is not even effective within. Let's just be honest. And outside of that, women go back to taking care of the children, and you don't do this dog crap where you leave your kids in the hands of like daycare or something else. No. Women should be focused on taking care of their kids. Yes. Women should be having kids and taking care of them. Yes. Women should be focused on family, not a career. Yes. Yes. Women should be focused on their relationships within their families, not career. Yes. And these very same women, they will be better off if they don't have any ability to vote either. The reality is that we can solve these problems overnight. And if you do everything in your power to advantage men, and you do everything in your power to make sure that men are completely economically enabled, then you live in a future where, I mean, just simply speaking, really, if we're being honest, you have better families, you have healthier families, and you will remove so many problems for men, and you will also remove so many problems for the women, and you will remove the problems right now that children are facing today. And that's one of the bigger problems that nobody wants to talk about. There's so many kids right now who are going through so much mental illness. And why is that? It's all because we are disadvantaging men at large. And because of this, we are ruining families. We're ruining the freaking home. And because we're ruining all of this, everyone is left basically in a no man's land. Effectively speaking. Literally speaking, effectively, but also literally, that everyone's fending for themselves because mothers, completely useless, single mother households are completely destroying children right now. Completely. You have to have a man within the household, and you have to have a man that is economically enabled. You have to. In the end, we must seize this active pillaging, and I'm just going to be honest, this absolute molestation of men. It has to stop. And again, so 2028 is a very important year. Again, just speaking within the whole fact, okay, so Trump won. It's not going to mean anything when we look at 2028, because right now men and women and children especially, they're all suffering right now, specifically children. They don't have their mothers. Their mothers are just complete degenerates. No one wants to talk about it. These are deranged women. And they are damaging their kids. And by the way, women right now, they're leading men. I don't know for how long this has been the case, but it's been for a couple of years now. I don't know if it's been multiple decades or always been this way. I don't know. But right now, women are leading men drastically on domestic violence, both against men, their partners, whoever they happen to be, and children. Has to stop. All of this has to stop. And again, on top of this, the children right now, they don't have any guidance from any father figure. Sorry, their fathers. Love of God. We don't have to make it complicated. But they don't have their fathers. And they are suffering for this. All they have are these mothers, and let's just be honest, single mothers. They completely neglect their children. We can fix this overnight. Trump is not going to do it. That's just a simple reality. This is going to be an issue that just grows and grows and grows. I see this as unavoidable for 2028. But then on top of that, we just have the issues also on the flip side of multiculturalism, because these different groups, they are different from one another. They don't behave or think the same. And ultimately, you cannot persist a nation where everyone has a different banner to which they live and ascribe to. It doesn't work. It never will work. You need to send everybody back to their countries. And hopefully we can just have good commerce between the countries, and everyone can have a decent way of life in their own civilizations based on ethnicity. That is the solution for multiculturalism. We can fix it overnight. It's not difficult. But again, is anybody going to do anything about it? Is anybody going to go out of their way to solve these problems, or are we going to allow these problems to just fester up? Because ultimately, I'm going to tell you this, even if people are better off financially under Trump, that doesn't fix the fact that families are broken and that you have a bunch of issues with all that, specifically divorce and many other things connected to it. That doesn't solve, okay, everyone's making more money, but you still have a bunch of men and children who are suffering. And okay, so everyone has money, but everyone's suffering. Money does not just brisk away all of your problems. You have to fix the way that you conduct yourself and your civilization. It's that simple. And again, different racial demographics, they behave completely different from one another, endemic to their own group. You cannot remove the problems that comes with all these different groups, and you cannot remove the problems with the fact that all these groups, nobody wants to speak the same language because of their ethnicity. So you can fix this too overnight, but you need to fix it. You need to address it. And that is something that you cannot avoid. You need to live in a country of people who are like you, or else you destroy your nationalism, your patriotism, which again, does not matter how much money you have. If you have a bunch of money, but you don't believe in anything as a country, or you don't stand for anything, or your ethics and your ideals are completely bent out of shape and they're warped beyond repair, then you just have a degenerate society full of people who are wealthy. Or you're full of, or you live in a society that's wealthy and nobody can understand each other because no one's speaking the same language, whatever it is. You cannot get past the fact that culture, politics is racial. You can't get past that fact. So anyways, man, you know what? Give me a second. Hold up. All right, thank God I finally got some water. What the frick? I was really dying there. So anyways, man, here's the reality, right? We got past this election as far as we know it. Well, for now, again, we don't know what the frick is going to happen. Still, there's so many things that can happen in the coming future, a couple of months, years, who knows? But the reality is that right now, because Trump won, that only means that America survives. It doesn't die as a country or anything worse than that, okay? However, man, and you know, it's always an issue because there's so many layers to these problems. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. What are sex robots? When are they going to be normalized? And I mean, like, it's full on factory produced. It's just like your smartphone, okay? Everyone's got one, okay? Everyone's got a sex robot. I don't know when that's coming because that does throw a wrench into everything I'm talking about. But regardless, I do think that organic relationships between men and women, I think that matters. And I think that's what we should be having. And I think that's what everyone wants. But you can't have that under the current set of circumstances that we see today. So anyways, as I was saying, three elections are going to determine the fate of America. We got past the first one. Okay, so survival. The second one, Feminism and multiculturalism are going to really matter, but first and foremost, feminism is most likely to be addressed in some way. Has to be. I don't know how people avoid it, and it has to be solved. But then and by the way, if it doesn't happen in 2028, if feminism is not addressed, oh, it's not going to be good. I mean, unless somehow sex robots solve everything, which I kind of doubt it, if I'm being real with you. But if they do, okay, I guess. But I doubt it, if I'm being real. I doubt it. So anyway. I mean, yeah, I doubt it in a lot of ways, because are they going to be lifelike? No, I don't believe they will be. Man, I don't know, man. I have so many things about that. I just don't know. It's kind of freaky, the idea, but it's like, if things don't get better, men do not have a choice but to get a bunch of sex robots, So I don't know. Again, like, who knows what that future holds? But if feminism is not addressed and there's no solutions, it's going to look freaking bloody. That's all I got to say about that. It's not going to look good. It's gonna look bad, and it's on everyone's account. No one's gonna be happy in that scenario. So again, we can fix it overnight, but it's a choice. Are you going to fix it as a leader of the country, or are you going to allow? Are you just gonna let the illness continue forth? And then when we look at 2032, when we look at, okay, if multiculturalism most likely won't be addressed until then. If it's not addressed until then that is the election where, if it's not addressed, the country's absolutely screwed. And that is the last election that will determine whether or not America can still be named America, because it will turn into a different country by 2032. That's just a simple truth. So again, and that means that, again, multiculturalism is a nation buster. So if nothing's done about it, you're going to have a lot of issues, whether you like it or not. And, liberals, leftists, they love to act like they can moralize and virtue signal their way out of that problem. But there's nothing that you can do, because race is endemic of the individual. And race guides culture and politics. Always does. So, if you don't fix the issue of multiculturalism, the nation's done for. Both of those have to be solved. Both of those will have to be addressed, because these issues are only going to grow furthermore. And honestly, I think multiculturalism is going to be exacerbated, actually, by Trump's presidency. I think feminism is just going to continue as terribly as it is now, but multiculturalism is going to be exacerbated the most. We're going to be taking in a huge toxin on multiculturalism during Trump's presidency. It's gonna get insane. We're really going to pledge ourselves entirely into it. So, 2028, if feminism is not addressed, you're going to see a lot of issues, huge problems. They're just going to finally manifest. 2032, if you do not address all these ethnicities storming your country and generating a multicultural future, you're going to have a country that it's going to have a lot of conflict between its people. And that's pretty much it, man. So that's what I'm thinking right now. Again, this is all in light of the news of the fact that, so Trump won, right? We don't know what's going to happen going forward. We don't know, but he won. So the country survives. But as I've said, we only have the next 2 elections to further decide what America is. The country will fall if these other issues are not addressed. And by the way, socialism and all the other things, they are connected to multiculturalism and feminism. So all of those other things, overall, egalitarianism, the biggest issue with it are those two things, feminism and multiculturalism. If those two things are addressed, then egalitarianism has very little power over a nation, and therefore does not corrode it. The biggest threat that we have, though, right now is the egalitarian notion upon civilization, which is Lucifer's dialect in the end. Yeah, these are the issues that are definitely coming up next. So we got through this for now, but now we have to... This is the thing I've been thinking so much about, is just the fact that we have these underlying illnesses to the country of America that we're not seeing any solution for. And for as long as there's no solution, it's like, okay, great, the right side won for this time around. But if we don't address the other issues, which we're not going to be addressing the other issues for the next 4 years, then what it is that you're left with and where you're left to, there's very little future in that. That's the ultimate truth. And the other point with this is, who's going to be that guy, that individual who's going to run? Because I can tell you this right now, 2028 is going to be a fiasco when it happens. If it happens, right? Who knows where things are going to go, honestly. And I'm hoping we get to 2028, if I'm just being honest. But if we make it to 2028, then the issue is going to be, well, who's that guy going to be that's going to call all of this stuff out? He's going to be hated by the left and the right. And women are going, again, it's going to be 2016 all over again in 2028. You can mark that down, bro. It is going to be the same exact problem. Feminism and its illness, its corrosion upon society, unavoidable. So whoever that guy is that decides to speak up against it in 2028, I have no idea who this guy's gonna be. No idea. It could be a whole bunch of dudes. Could be someone we've never heard of before. We don't know. But that guy is going to be hated by every political side. And women en masse. Because right now, we've already set the precedent. The potential of a female president is now completely normalized. So we're going to have a lot of feminist candidates at that same time in 2028. Is that man, whoever he's going to be, that calls out feminism and is willing to stand against it, who the frick is he going to be? What are his chances? I mean, seriously, just being honest. Who is it that's going to be stepping up to the plate? And again, left and right, they are a uniparty today. That's for one. But regardless of the uniparty, both sides are going to be against this one guy. And on top of being against him, it's going to be all of women. They're going to be, majority of women, and I mean a huge number of them. They're going to be voting against that guy, despite the fact that feminism is actively pillaging America as we know it today. So the potential is that maybe he doesn't win in 2028, and possibly feminism wins in 2028, and this is the worst outcome, honestly. So that's option 4, if I'm being real with you. I really believe this is inescapable, and that there's no way that we can really survive with a feminist candidate and therefore president. But honestly, I mean, it depends on who the guy is that's running. But it's possible that, and this is the worst outcome, is that nothing's done about it, and that in fact, after Trump, we're going to be getting a feminist president. That could happen. And if that occurs, then man, you're going to see some really bad stuff. Then everything that he did, it's going to be pillaged within 4 years. It's going to be bad. Oh my gosh. So again, this is why I say the next 3 elections are huge. We got through this one, America survives. But where we go next, either we reform everything or we reform half of everything or whatever. And we mostly get things back on a better track. If we don't do this, then things are going to get really bad. That's just a simple, and that will determine the future path too, the future spirit of America. And maybe then 2028 just determines that the fate of America is forever doomed. That might just be what it is. We don't know, honestly, but that is if the worst happens, which it very well could, if I'm being real, you know. But I see something more sinister over this horizon that we've kind of crossed here. So again, the next 3 elections will determine America. And, you know, if nothing's done about feminism at all in 2028, then 2032, if the country still exists, that's going to be the last freaking breath of the nation. So either you get the right guy and he addresses both feminism and multiculturalism in 2032, or nothing's done and it's completely over, you know. But there is no choice in this. And that's the thing I've been thinking about. It's like, okay, so great, this is the outcome that we had, whatever. But looking out into the future is much more dire than right now. And right now it's pretty dire. But if you have the relationships between men and women just completely pillaged for this long, the problems will only continue to develop and mature. So it's going to form into something even more nasty than what we're seeing today. Because it's also affecting the kids right now today. So those kids, whatever their problems are going to be, holy crap, what the frick is that going to look like outside of the kids? And again, that can look really nasty, by the way. But outside of the kids, it's just like, if nothing's done about it, it's going to continue to devolve. Again, it does not matter how much money you have. If people do not have healthy relationships with their fellow citizen, dude, you're not going to have a country. Because the civilization and its people, they will be demoralized. If they're demoralized, you don't have a future. You don't. Money cannot fix demoralization. That's just the ultimate truth. Your conduct and also your conditions, those are what addresses that issue. Your moralization. So anyways, and again, with multiculturalism, man, it's just, you know, that's another issue. Whether or not you remain as an American country, right? A European country, whether or not you remain as your society, as your culture, as the premise of your civilization, will you persist or will you fall to another man's dialect, another man's language, another man's way of life? And I can tell you this right now. If America falls to the blacks, if it falls to the Hispanics, you're going to be living in a third world country. It's just that simple. Everybody likes to look past it, but when it befalls upon you, you cannot avoid it. It will be inescapable. And at that point, I don't know what to say. But I don't know, man. You have a lot of developments right now with AI But I don't even know how much AI can curb around this, because this is also psychological. The morale and the moralization of a civilization is also based within the premise of one's race. Again, culture and, well, let's just be honest, culture, economy, and politics, because it's also economical. Let's just face it. That's a whole other conversation. We've already kind of gone into that here, but these things are determined by your race. So even despite huge advancements with AI, that doesn't address the culture problem. What are people's beliefs? What do they follow? What language do they speak? Because your language also indicates the complexity of your ideas. So how intellectual are the people? Can they even carry conversations with each other? So many problems, man. And I just don't, even if AI takes everything over, I don't think it's going to solve that issue. And, maybe that brings up new problems, including AI. Maybe AI has a problem with that conflict and that tension. I don't know. But again, whatever the future looks like, it's multi-pronged, and it's got the same fundamental issues that will only continue to mature. You cannot just get rid of this stuff. You can't just brisk it away, hand wave it. You can't do that. And right now, as I see it, no one's going to be delivering the solution. So it comes down to some new guy. He's going to have to step up, talk about it. Everyone's going to be against him, just like everyone was against Trump in 2016. And who knows what the frick is going to happen then? Is it going to be really messy? Or is it going to be, kind of rambunctious, but we get through it and we create the solutions and we heal the present state, or, well, the state by then of America, right? Do we end up on a road of recovery, or do we just burn the whole thing down? Who knows? But these are my concerns at large. And in news of all this, this is what I am praying upon, is that, listen, man, hopefully we can get over the next 2 elections. That's just my ultimate thoughts. So it's actually funny because I'm going to be making this a separate video. So that's the end of it here. Those are my thoughts right now on 2024. The election results as we're sitting here right now. Who knows what the frick is going to happen? I have no idea. But those are my thoughts right here. And we can solve a lot of these problems overnight. But right now, I don't think anyone's willing to do it. I think everyone's afraid to offend a whole bunch of people. And because of that, I don't think that the problems are going to be solved for a very long time. Multiculturalism and feminism, which is connected to everything else. Socialism, the gender dog crap. Everything is an issue if those 2 issues remain. It's just the simple truth of the matter. So we'll see. Those are my concerns. And it's interesting, right? Okay, so those are my concerns. But it's going to be interesting on how it develops by the time we get to 2028. Because if it gets really bad, right, like feminism, then it's going to develop in an interesting way where maybe this is just completely unavoidable. But again, man, there's just no telling. Like right now, it's just crazy how much men are struggling and nobody cares. And kids are struggling massively, and nobody actually cares, Something's got to be done. And I just don't know if we're going to really see any solutions, but I'm interested to see what the future holds, because that's going to determine how these next election cycles, how they play out, and whether or not we actually get a solution or ultimately America it goes up in flames as we know it. And that's the thing is, right now the country is on a very tedious path forward, and either we get a couple of more bad emperors of Rome, right? Or we get a couple of good emperors of Rome. Maybe after Trump, there's another great guy. He maintains the economy, and he also reforms how we do things as a society between men and women, so that then we can actually have family growth again, stable family growth again, stable families in general, and that so that men can actually have an economical existence in their country once more, where they're not being destroyed by women, the government, or the church, right? We need that kind of a future, or else you're not going to have a country. You're not going to have a country. Right now, everyone's obsessed about the population crisis. Well, guess what? Your solution necessitates really only one thing. And either you're willing to enact on the solution, or you're not willing to do anything at all. But if you're willing to do anything at all, you're going to piss off the feminists. They're going to want to go to war with you, and they're going to vote. Like their life depends on it, they're going to vote for the first feminist candidate that they can find. Who the frick knows what's going to happen by then? It's going to be freaking messy, man. And that's why I'm saying this. We cannot avoid the problem that we are bringing upon ourselves. But is anyone going to do what it takes to provide, to produce, to engineer the solution? Man, it's a coin toss in my head. I can't even, because right now everybody knows about the problem, but everyone is so afraid to admit to the problem. Same thing with multiculturalism. So the future, to put it simply on that, it's going to look interesting, man. And those are my thoughts in the end. There's so many layers going on here, but there's so many problems that we cannot avoid. And it's either we choose to embrace the solution, or we choose, in the end, we choose to solidify our destruction. All right, dude, holy crap. So we were playing the game. I was so lost in my thoughts earlier. And now, so I stepped away. And, I've been thinking about everything I've been talking about a little bit more now. I got up, I walked away, did a whole bunch of other stuff. I've spent so much time really digging into my thoughts. This is insane. Oh my gosh. Holy crap. Okay, I mean, for one, like everything I was talking about, feminism, multiculturalism, these are big issues. And you do not understand how big of an issue this is. I was talking about it and I was trying to fulfill the entirety of the scope and the magnitude, but it's like, no. It's like, okay, there's more going on here. There's more that needs to be addressed and discussed. This is insane. So in the aftermath of Trump winning the presidency, we now have women coming out in droves, freaking out, saying that it's now a war on women. You literally right now have Democrats denying the election results. Oh my gosh. Even though, of course, Republicans, they didn't do anything to freaking cheat. And they're saying that they did. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. They don't have any evidence. The right has had evidence for so long. The right has had evidence for so long that there was fraud. But now, literally out of pure petty vitriol, the left are like, well, if they can say that the election was stolen, we can too. No, you don't have any evidence. There is no evidence on your side. You can't just say that it's stolen because you think it was stolen because you want it to be. It's only stolen when there's evidence. And there was evidence for 2020. Tons of it. But the left, I've said this before in my previous freaking playthroughs. The reality does not exist until the left says it exists. They want to play as God every day of your life about what is right and what is wrong, what is real, what is fake. Ridiculous. And now they're saying it's a war on women because the guy that wants to stop the country from burning down, he won. He won. This is the guy that's going to stop the country from freaking burning. He's literally going to make sure that a bunch of those mother effing criminals who are, forcefully copulating on a lot of women and then killing them. He wants to protect them and he wants to make sure that the country's safe. How the frick these people act like they're the freaking victims? Your Democrat policies make you victims, actual victims, not the freaking guy that's going to guarantee that you're freaking safe as an American citizen. What the frick? But these are also the same freaking retards. They think that anything and anyone can be a freaking American citizen. They think that your dog is a freaking American citizen. Jeez Louise, freaking Poodles is gonna go freaking vote at the freaking voting booth. Jeez Louise. What did I say? What did I tell you? Feminism is a big issue and it has to be rivaled against. It has to be fought. If it's not fought, the future, this is why I say, the future 3 elections, we got through the first one. But these are going to be the most important because it will determine the spirit of the nation 2028. 2032 is the last freaking ditch effort to solve anything for certain. I was so clear on this. Feminism is such a dire issue because they want absolute supremacy over men. And that is not the way that women ought to have. It is not the proper way that women are to have any relation to men. It is the most bastardized. It is completely wrong and evil. I'm so sick and tired of the conversation. I'm so sick and tired of dancing around these freaking retards. If women have supremacy over men, you destroy civilization. It's that freaking simple. When men have supremacy over women, women have good lives. That's a simple fact. You have families. You have a stable economy. Golly, man. Everyone's life is better. They're just wrong. But it's outside of that. It's outside of that. When the feminists do not win, they declare war. And I knew this was going to happen. When the left loses and they don't have power, they don't have control, they activate and they are ready for freaking blood. Every time. Well, it's like, if you want blood, then come get some, you freaking punks. You want to freaking play that game? Let's go. Freaking clowns. They want to play tough. Okay. Then let's finally do it. Let's play tough, you freaking idiots. They always want to threaten the rights when they don't have their fascist control. They want to play that they're the freaking victim, that you're the oppressor. Get the frick over yourself. You're not that important. And you're not a freaking victim like you say you are. And quite frankly, you are an abomination upon this earth. And we all know it. It's a freaking joke. Now, I don't know if these numbers are, if they're final. I don't know if they're legitimate. I don't know. But it is in line to some extent with what the numbers have been in the past, okay? And it just shows to you, again, the issue with multiculturalism. I've been very clear about this when I was talking about this earlier in the video. See, it's weird because, like, when I was getting towards the end of all my thoughts, I was like, I I have no clue, by the way, where am I placing this part of my thoughts into the video. It might just be after my main thoughts, because I did continue talking about this a little later after. So this might go before I continue talking after everything I said previously from here, okay? So this might be in the middle of my intermediary thoughts, okay? Before we get into the no commentary. Regardless of the fact, the left literally freaks out at the possibility of anyone having freedom of speech. Their mortal enemy is freedom of speech. If you have freedom of speech, they behave like it is an existential terror upon them that you are allowed to speak your mind freely. Yeah, freedom of speech is not comfortable. It's not even uncomfortable, it's just neutral. It's your sensitivities that decide whether or not it's comfortable or uncomfortable. It's that simple, bro. It's that freaking simple. God, these people are clowns. So conservatives, they need to suffer through left-wingers and all their thoughts. Conservatives, they have to suffer through being offended every day by the left. But dear God, help the frickin' left. That they have to live in a world where their opposition has free speech. They can only exist in a vacuum. That's the ultimate truth about the left. It's the ultimate truth. These morons are absolute degenerate retards. Absolute. Free speech is absolute. There are no bars held. Free speech is free speech. You cannot get around that. I already said this earlier in the video, but you cannot get around it. You can't compromise it. You can't negotiate it. No, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. And freedom of speech is not terrorism. Terrorism is an act, not speech. And besides, even that is based on your sensitivities. An evil king, of course he thinks that rebels are freaking a bunch of terrorists. Of course. What do you think the freaking British Empire thought? 1776 of the founding fathers. Men who made the greatest nation on the frickin' planet Earth. Come on, man. It's just... Let's not be retards about this, but the left, of course, they're filled with retards. These people do not deserve the right to vote. It's that simple. There needs to be qualifications for whether or not you can vote. Holy crap, man. These people are so unhinged. Alright, I'm back. I had to get up for 2 seconds. But anyways, man, I forget what it was that I was saying previously, but this is connected to what I was actually going into right after that, okay? I've been very clear about this, about multiculturalism. And again, the numbers have come out, apparently. I don't know if these are legit yet, but here are the numbers so far that people are saying. And again, I think these are going to change. But this is right now what the numbers seem to be, okay? 88% women voted for, 88% black women voted for Kamala. 73% black men voted for Kamala. And then you have Latino men, 50% voted for Kamala, which, I mean, I'm going to guess those are illegals, let's just be honest, or something. Or, doesn't matter. 50% of them are freaking retards. And then we had 60% Latino women. Or Latina, whatever. Don't give a crap. Your freaking culture is dog crap anyways. They voted for Kamala. I believe for white men, it was 39%. And then for white women, it was 47% that voted for Kamala. So I've been very clear about this, how race is politics. Everyone wants to act like it's not politics. It is politics. And when you bring in people from other nationalities into your country, they will vote for your destruction. Just because their race is different. And the freaking conservatives, they sit there and they keep on trying to preach that eventually you're going to love your innate enemy. You're going to love them to death. Doesn't work that way. You're bringing in these people from these other countries. Oh, by the way, and then there's an other category, 59%. So I guess that involves like Muslims and Asians. So, okay, I mean, there's the other category. So other, whatever that means, 59% voted for Kamala, which is ridiculous. I mean, I'm interested how many of the Asians voted for or against Trump, you know? No idea. Anyway, I would assume they didn't vote for Kamala. I'm just going to be honest, but I don't know where those numbers like. So again, I mean, those are largely seemingly accurate numbers, like just based on historical data. This is why I've said for the longest time, though, race is politics. And the more that we bring in these minority groups, the more that they will fundamentally undermine the very premise, the very foundation of your country. And they will do everything in their power to transform your country into their image. That's what they will do. They will take your nationality from under you. And they will moralize you to your freaking grave. What's the good in that? Why do the conservatives, they sit there and they bend their freaking booty cheeks over and they freaking spread them? Why? Why do they kiss up to the freaking minorities? Why? Why is it that every freaking woke tard, liberal or neoliberal, don't care, why is it that they will, and I've said this many times over by now, I will say it again, why are they so willing to berate a white man about everything? But then the second that a minority male misbehaves, no one calls him out. Especially these feminist girl bosses, they never call out minority males, ever. I thought you were a girl boss. I thought you were super strong and tough. You're willing to go mano a mano with a freaking white man who doesn't even want drama with you. But once it comes down to minorities, you don't do anything. Or at least you put on your kid gloves or something, I don't know. I mean, some of them fight. Depends on the relationship. But regardless, we know with liberals in general, they never address minorities ever when they misbehave. They never do it. At what point do we just call out the bull crap, man? So I am going to be adding this, actually, I'm going to be stapling this to the end of this video, this segment here. I don't know if I have any more thoughts. I mean, I think I do have right now a few more thoughts, but it's like, I don't know after I'm done speaking here, I don't know if I'm going to have any more thoughts. I probably am, but maybe I'll make a different video. This is kind of on the spot, like day one, literally day one of Trump winning the presidency, and now we're seeing the aftermath. And this is what I have to say, regardless of the freaking retards losing their minds, right? For me, I'm looking at Trump and I'm like, okay, he won. I'm grateful for that. But let's just be honest. He's given himself away to the neoliberals, the conservatives. Well, that's not going to work out long term for America. Let's just be honest. Because as I was stating it many times over, feminism and multiculturalism are the singular greatest threats. This duality, they are the greatest threats to America. And the country, if it does not solve this within now the next 2 elections, it's done. And I've been very clear in this video just how done the country will be. If these things are not fought, America as we know it will completely disintegrate. And either we do what it takes to create the solution or we're done, you know? And, that's my concern, is that no one's going to be willing to do anything that it takes to actually ensure the solution, which means that, again, if no one stands up, if no one does anything, if no one fights back against the neoliberals, okay, I'm sorry, the uniparty, that's what it is. If no one pushes back on the uniparty, America's done one way or another. Does not matter what anyone thinks about it. It's done. And that is me being honest to you about where this is at and where things are going. I'm grateful that he won, but I don't know how long the boons or the benefits are going to last. It's only going to be good for a couple of years, and then once we're done with that, we still have feminists in the country. They're a huge issue. They're on the left and the right. I've already declared so many of the problems with you here, so I don't need to go through it again. Multiculturalism. We see this time and time again. It's so clear. I think I said it. I'll say it again. Minorities, just because their race is different, they will sell you and your kinsmen down a freaking drain. They will vote for a candidate who will guarantee your death just because of their race. Just because of their race. Overwhelming numbers. In overwhelming numbers. Come on, man. At some point, you got to admit the truth. And this is the problem. Most minorities are raging Democrats. That's the simple truth. Especially when they're melanated, they're definitely Democrats. And they're against you, the founding stock of America. And how many white people, white Americans, they're like, yeah, just take the country. Yeah, just take our culture. Yeah, whatever, we're racist. Yeah, we should flagellate ourselves daily. How many of these clowns exist? I don't know if a country comes back from this. I'm going to be honest with you. Once the people through multiculturalism have turned against themselves, and once they have allowed a foreign man to come into your country and to pillage you and your women, which right now that's what white people are doing. Bunch of white dudes want to cuck out themselves and their women to a bunch of minorities. That's just a simple truth. And that is the simple reality of what it is that we're seeing right now. You either call this crap out or you just allow it to keep on going carte blanche. And this is the reality, is that when you have your freedom of speech, the left, they will freak out and they will lose their minds because they cannot live in a world where people have freedom of speech, where people have the right to offend other people, not just because they want to offend, but because they're saying the truth. They offend because they're saying the truth. The left cannot tolerate that. And they will fight that tooth and nail. This is the issue for the right. Are you going to stand? Dig your freaking toes into the sand? Believe in your convictions and not let up? Or because you're finally getting the right way, God's way, upon civilization, because things are being done the right way? Will you allow your enemy to reawaken and defeat you because you are too cowardly to stand against them? Is that your choice? Because that's the choice that a lot of people take. They give up. A lot of people, they choose their fear. Oh my gosh, the minorities, they're going to be so upset because I don't want to tear apart my country and turn into a new Africa or a new Mexico. So let me throw away my country. Let me throw away my women. Let me throw away my culture. Let's just do that. Let's throw away the economy. Throw away the economy. Let's do that. Let's do that too. Let's throw away our military. Let's do all of that. How much do you need to sacrifice so that you can appease the foreigner who is ultimately the invader? These are invasive assimilators. Their intent is your destruction. And you have so many of these clowns who want to believe that they're on your side. This has been an issue for how long? To this day, you have these freaking black clowns who run around and they're talking about freaking civil rights this and, oh, you know, what Martin Luther King and what he was dealing with and the KKK and blah, blah, whatever else, segregation, go down the list. They can't freaking let it go. And quite frankly, again, they should have just been sent back to their country. There is no union to be had. That is just a simple truth. And this has always been the case for multiculturalism throughout history. Why do these clowns keep on trying? At some point, we just need to be honest. We just need to be honest with ourselves and each other. And it's like, you know what? Just go back to your country. Go back to Africa. Go back with the freaking gazelles of the African plains. Go sing to your 1dB in a random forest somewhere. Pray to your voodoo gods or whatever the frick, I don't know. Pray to something, whatever it is. Your black gods, I don't know what they are. I don't care. And leave the rest of us out of it. Go worship to them in your rap music. And leave us out of it. Go rap about freaking gangbanging. And leave us out of it. Jeez, man. For how long do these white people have to be like, oh, these black people singing about gangbanging, it's so brave and beautiful, and it's just diverse culture. Oh, them talking about getting drugged up on freaking weed every day, it's just diverse culture. Them singing about all this retard nonsense, it's just diverse culture. How about they go diverse culture in their own country? Jeez Louise, we've had enough billionaires and millionaires throw money at Africa and build up a couple of companies from. I don't know what the frick are they in America for? Legitimate question. They would be happier in Africa. That's just a simple truth. I'm gonna be honest, man. These are people who hate America. They want to see America die. The feminists want to transform America into the island of Lesbos. That's what they want. They want to turn it into some weird lesbian female supremacy island. That's what they want America to be. And then the minorities, they just want to transform America into the countries that they left. That's what they want. Conservatives are such clowns. They sit there and they've convinced themselves, they moralized themselves. Well, if we just bring in more of these people and we just keep on opening our arms endlessly, they're not going to totally just plan to take over our freaking economy and our culture and our people. Not at all, even though that's their entire intention. At what point are people honest? At what point? This is why I was talking about this. This is why I've been so intent on this when I was speaking about it earlier. This is a genuine problem. 2028, this is going to be the leading issue. Feminism. I don't know if people are going to wake up to multiculturalism. I think there's a high likelihood, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe people still put on the blinders. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. But it's like, it just depends on how honest people are with themselves. Nobody can avoid feminism. It is ubiquitous. It is such a freaking poison. It has to be addressed in 2028. There's no way around it. I don't see how it happens. But then, again, you have multiculturalism, and that's a whole different freaking topic. That's something that people are going to be avoiding for as long as they possibly can because, again, man, these are two topics. It will turn you into a freaking pariah, okay? The second that you talk about these things and address them. Every side will be against you. The left, the right. Populism will not be on your side in this scenario. You will not have the populist sentiment, not immediately. Who knows? But this is the truth. These are the problems, regardless of where everyone else stands. Who cares? That is the truth. And we're seeing it right now. You have seen the worst presidency pretty much in American history. Let's just face it. And you still have clowns out there. You have people right now who are actually saying, and I don't think they're actually being facetious at all. They totally mean this. They sat there and they said that Kamala won the debate with Trump. They're super confused how Kamala lost. They say that Kamala has more people at her rallies, which is just legitimately false. Completely false. Compared to Trump. Trump has way more people at his rallies. How the frick this person says that, believing it, it did not seem to be parody. From all indicators that I could see. Okay? I hope it is parody. There were no indicators of that. Okay? They sat there and they just made up the fact, the idea that Kamala won at everything and that she had a better campaign too. And that she had all these super important people backing her, by the way, funded by taxpayer dollars. Nobody endorsed Kamala because they wanted to. They endorsed her because she was throwing millions of dollars at influencers and celebrities and also utilizing blackmail. And they have the gall to sit there and be confused how Kamala lost. The worst vice president in history. The worst administration in American history. Holy crap. I am totally beside myself, is all I have to tell you. So when I was speaking about everything I was saying earlier in this video, okay? It was for a very intent purpose. I knew exactly what it is that I was detailing to you. But now that I've seen, I'm seeing the fallout, and I'm seeing how these people, they're completely brain dead, and now they're just gaslighting like they always do. They're just gaslighting their opposition. Their opposition, by the way, modern conservatives, modern Republicans are just another name for Democrat. These are neoliberals versus liberals. The liberals are losing it on the neoliberals. Oh my gosh. You know that Trump completely ditched saying that he was a conservative, and he just started saying that he was common sense? Nobody wants to be conservative. Nobody. Even though you happen to be correct about everything when you're conservative, nobody wants to be conservative. Oh, I'm common sense. What is common sense? Left, middle, right, that kind of thing. No, that's not true. No, if we actually want to be honest, being common sense is being a traditionalist, which means being conservative. But even Trump, even he backed away from calling himself a conservative. I'm gonna be on. Listen, I don't want to be too critical. And I don't really want to lambaste on Trump either. By the way, as much as I can help it, especially because of all the work that he's willing to do for the country. Okay, it's just that simple. For me, it's important to show gratitude in all of that. So I'm not gonna get ahead of myself on that. But I will go way beyond myself when it comes down to the freaking conservatives and these freaking made up Republicans. They don't exist. It's a uniparty. And these freaking clowns, they are the sole reason why Rome will fall. Why America, America was on the brink of, okay, well, I don't want to speak ahead of myself. All right, so what's a better way of saying this? Okay, we're in a really bad spot with the leadership of America. Why do you think that is? It's because these freaking clowns keep on playing ball with the freaking left. That's why. Every time the left wants to call you a freaking 1930s Germany dude, conservatives, they clutch their pearls and they're like, oh dear God, please don't call me the 1930s Germany dudes, who, by the way, they had some good ideas, who, by the way, most people support what it is that they were supporting. How many women are in support of eugenics, both on the left and the right? There's a bunch of women who are in support of eugenics. But everyone wants to have an issue with the freaking 1930s Germany guys and their desire for eugenics. Yet everyone supports it today. So it's like, it's just double think. How many black dudes, by the way, let's call this out, what the frick? They all want to vote Democrat. They all hate freaking white men like freaking, geez Louise, like freaking Satan hates God. They sit there and they thirst for, guess what? White, blonde, freaking blue-eyed women is the number one thing that a black man freaking thirsts right after for. Well, gee, there was a guy in 1930 who really wanted to make sure that a huge portion of the population was filled with a bunch of blonde women with blue eyes. You look at everybody supports the same thing. They all freaking sit there and they say that these guys were super evil when it's like everyone's supporting what these guys were about. There's a lot of other things, by the way, outside of that they also support, by the way. There's many things to which these people support that these guys were all about. Everyone's engaging in this doublethink. They're lying to you and they're lying to themselves. Everyone wants to sit there and call you all these names. Oh, you're that evil person in history that I totally agree with, but I'm going to act like I don't agree with them. And so because of this, the conservatives, they sit there and they're like, well, I guess we got to throw away the country because I got called a 1930s Germany guy. Even though the people calling me 1930s Germany guy, they literally agree with most of the positions and most of the aspirations of that guy. It's all virtue signaling. These people don't believe in anything, for one. And for two, what they actually believe in is just as villainous as their greatest villain. If we're going by what they think and believe. Golly, man, it's freaking pathetic. These are the same people to call you a freaking racist, but they will do nothing to go and live in a freaking black neighborhood. They won't do it. And if you make them, they'll be very uncomfortable the second you make them do it. These people are so full of themselves. It is so crazy. I am so fed up with it. And it's like at some point, is anyone just going to admit that this is a freaking load of horse crap? And again, why are conservatives sacrificing their convictions because they're so afraid to just stand on what they believe in? What? Because the left is going to call you a couple of names? Really? They always do that. So you're going to throw away your country because the left wants to throw a bunch of accusations your way when they are more evil than sin? Because by the way, if you pay attention to a lot of leftists, they got a lot of freaking skeletons in the closet. But yet they want to sit there and they want to talk about purity or ethical purity or some kind of sense of moral purity, whatever it is. They want to sit there and preach to everybody. Immoralize the death of your nation and your culture and your people. You know, it's kind of weird that I didn't make a dedicated video for this. It's kind of weird that I decided to talk about this as I am playing Age of Wonders 4. And I'm going to be making this a separate video, because instead of me actually making a separate video for this, it's just going to be this. You know, I mean, this is me sharing my thoughts. It's kind of funny. I don't really know how the video's going to do, by the way. No idea. And there's certain reasons for that outside of anything that seems obvious, you know? I mean, I'll be honest. I kind of wonder if I post me talking about this on the main channel, I wonder if the video will be viewed as a gameplay video, and if that'll kind of affect the viewability of the video. That's just a passing thought I have. That's all. Okay, whatever, man. I've been paying a lot of attention to the discourse surrounding this right now. And everything that I'm saying right now literally confirms exactly everything I've been talking about. Everything that I've been talking about. And I've been talking about this for a long time. But, you know, I shared my thoughts about what are my concerns. Okay, so Trump won. Cool. I'm grateful. Blah, blah, blah. But I have some major qualms about the future where, if these qualms are not addressed, you will see a nation decline into its death regardless of how well off anybody is. It's just that simple. Because the spirit and the soul of the people matters more than their material wealth. That is why patriotism and nationalism are so much more important than treating your country as a piggy bank. And right now that's what we're doing. It's a piggy bank for everybody. Oh, come to America. You'll become an American if you want to come and make money. No. Being American is about the ideals and the virtues. And you make money as a second afterthought. That's what being American is. You believe in liberty before your life and death. And you believe that you will fight for that liberty before your death. And many more things, of course, aside from that. The entirety of the Constitution. That is what America is. The premise of your liberty is more important than any other premise, even your own life or death. And from that very core of liberty, there's all these other virtues and values and principles tied to that. That is what it means to be American. That's what it means to be a patriot. And that is an Anglo-Saxon ideal. It comes from their ancestry, the founding fathers, and the men who died for America. But here we are. We view the country that was founded on premise of principle. Now we view it as a piggy bank for people to come in and take and reap all of the benefits, the spoils, the rewards that they can from the kinsmen and their ancestry, to which they are the successors thereof. We believe that these men must throw away now, American men, that they must throw away their future that was guaranteed upon them by their ancestors. We believe that that is what makes you American now, is whether or not you wish to despoil and pillage the wealth of the forefathers. What the frick does it mean to be American now? Because all the men who died and all the men whose very core racial essence that founded America, that doesn't mean anything anymore. It's dust in the freaking wind. They freaking sacrificed their lives and they died for absolutely nothing. What they truly died for was so that another man can claim their citizenry. This is my problem with what we're seeing right now, is that America truly means nothing now. And there's very little that anyone's going to do about it to solve that issue. And you have these people who do not love the country. They simply want to utilize and weaponize as much of it as possible to their own benefit. And then you have the freaking population, the founding stock population, who's too freaking retarded to understand that they're throwing away their entire livelihood for these freaking clowns. Because of some freaking moralistic guilt. Oh, I feel evil because I'm white. Oh, I feel evil because of this. And by the way, right now you have people talking about that too. Talking about how these men specifically how white men need to own up to their privilege. This freaking point is happening again now that Trump has won. You just get all this freaking dog crap. Again, it's a constant turd flinging contest by these freaking minorities and feminists. You know, man, I'm amazed to what it is I see. And so, I'm stapling this to the end of the video, my extended thoughts here. And, you know, so after this, I'm going to be continuing some of my thoughts, my kind of remaining thoughts after I had finished the original overall conversation or rant, whatever you want to call it. So some of the rest of my thoughts will be included there. But I did think that right here I need to throw this in and include where it is that I'm kind of where I'm at. Because, right, we see a little bit of good, but that good is coming at the cost of, and many people are talking about it, by the way. I'm glad. Well, not many people, but there's some people talking about the fact that, well, good, Trump got elected, but at what cost? Because he basically turned himself into a Democrat libertarian to do so. That's what he turned himself and his cabinet, his administration into. So it's like, okay, he's not really right wing, truly. And that's a huge problem. It's like, okay, so we really can't win a freaking election by being truly right wing. Everyone has to be a Democrat or else. You have to bend over and spread your freaking butt cheeks out for the freaking minority demographics, or else they're going to freaking lose their minds because they all vote Democrat anyways. But oh my gosh, we can't piss them off. Really? I mean, geez, man, it's freaking pathetic. Again, at some point, you just got to be honest about what it is that you're looking at, what it is that everyone's supporting. And at some point, you just got to say, are we living in a country that anyone even gives a crap anymore? That anyone actually treats with true honesty? Oh, gee, wow, this country matters so much. I feel so nationalistic and patriotic. This country matters so much to me. A bunch of minorities just randomly claimed citizenship now all of a sudden, and now I'm so glad that people who don't look anything like the founding fathers and their ancestry, I'm so glad that now they are my fellow brothers and sisters while they vote for my death and destruction, right? Jeez Louise, man. Again. It's so sad and pathetic. So, again, at what cost did we win? And it's everything, if we're being honest. I don't know in the future if we're going to really approach or deal with or address feminism and multiculturalism, because these are a big war to take on. And I don't think anyone's willing to actually go to war and take on the fight against these two greatest threats underneath egalitarianism. And that's me being completely honest. And again, you know, these are my thoughts just after seeing these freaking retards, these freaking leftists, spurg out, if that's the right word, or just tarred out, maybe a better word. Just tarding out over the fact that a neoliberal won, you know, ultimately. Or maybe he's not so much a neoliberal, although it's kind of starting to look like it, let's just be honest. But just the fact that a guy that's not going to screw over the country, he won and they're pissed off. And then we act like there's freaking unity with these people who literally hate you and they hate the country. We're acting like there's unity with these people to be had. God, how freaking pathetic. You cannot make your bed with people who would rather see the freaking country burn before seeing that country live faithfully by its core and its ideals. All right, anyways, man, that's pretty much all. Those are the remainder of my thoughts from recently. Maybe I will make another video about this. And by the way, I am planning on making the political channel. I've been looking at it for a little while, but I've been so busy. Things are kind of clearing up a tad bit, not too much, but enough. So I'm going to be possibly looking into it, but yeah, man, I've been thinking a lot about this crap. Holy crap. But anyways, we're going to be transitioning into the remainder of the video, and I will be talking about some of the same topic before we head into no commentary. All right, guys, we are back. I took a break, and now we're here. I believe... So, I kind of forget what it was I was talking about earlier. I mean, we're definitely finished with what I was talking about, but, you know, I forget what I was exactly talking about. That was the end of my thoughts, though. Again, I don't need to say anything else. That's everything I think. You know, I mean, ultimately, I am absolutely grateful that Trump won. My only concern, as I've made pretty clear, is just the future, you know? There's a lot of problems that a lot of people are ignoring right now, and they're going to be ignoring into the future. So, those things are problems that are not going away. And it's really not going to come down to Trump to fix any of those problems. It's going to have to come down to someone else. And when that guy goes out of his way to fix those problems, everybody and their mother's going to hate him. Everybody. And I think the genuine thing I have to say on that is I really hope that is a better time by that point in time. Okay? Hopefully, nothing too crazy. And what I mean is like lawfare. Hopefully we don't see lawfare. Hopefully we don't see a lot of the mess that we've been seeing this go around. I mean, who knows? But you know, I mean it when I say it. If there is no solution for feminism, you're going to have a pretty chaotic future. Not to overstate it, not to overblow it, but again, you know, it's like there are so many problems latent within feminism. If it's not solved, you're going to have a lot of misery for a lot of men, tons of men, children, you know, women, yeah, but you know, they signed up for it, so I don't give a crap about them. But the women, of course, they're going to be miserable too, but they signed up for it. Why care? There is no reason to care. That's what they wanted, okay? But where do I do this? In the umbral abyss. So I can target. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. There's no way we're getting over there. What the frick? Well, at least I tried. I mean, it is an interesting way of establishing teleportation. So I guess it's cool in that aspect. Yeah, I mean, it works in that way. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, anyways, so, in spell upkeep. Okay. That's how they balance it. So it costs me mana. Ah, yes. I mean, if I'm on top of it, then the mana costs are actually not too big of a deal. I just need to be on top of gaining more territory. As long as I do that, I'll be totally fine. I do need to heal my units too. Yeah, let's do this. Let's just keep on spamming Umbral Rifts until I can move all over the map as I please. Oh wow. Okay. Anyway, you know, it's just like, right? I'm so grateful that Trump has won. I'm so grateful that a lot of the problems that we're seeing right now, we are on track as of now to solve those problems, to eradicate them. However, we are signing up for a bunch of other problems though at the same time, so I just... And we are persistently ignoring other problems, as I've stated earlier. So I just wondered to myself, what the frick is gonna happen, you know? Because clearly nothing's gonna be done now. It's gonna have to be done in the future by somebody else, and I don't even know what it's gonna look like when that dude does it. So, it's just a tad bit concerning. Long term. And to be very clear, right? We've got a bunch of genuine problems that has to do with multiculturalism. You know, people making money does not remove that problem. Does not. And how many are going to make money? You know, that's another question that you can ask, I guess. Yeah. But quite frankly, it just means nothing to be American anymore. That's a deeper issue. And that's what's going to have to be fought for. That's the biggest one of the biggest issues going into the future. Is like, okay, what does it mean to be American? Well, nothing. It means everything. Your dog can be American. And I've been talking about this in recent videos, by the way. But seriously, like, even your dog can be considered American. So it's like, okay, so everyone's doing better and everyone, and maybe, you know, but let's say everyone's making more money and everyone's happier on that front. Okay. That doesn't solve the issue that anyone can just be American now. Even your freaking dog is American. Being American means absolutely nothing. So, what is the future of a country? Who is this? Oh, Kooky? Okay. What is the future of a country where the founding identity of the people no longer matters? And that comes with all the things that you're sacrificing when that's the case. Because the simple truth is that these are lower quality people from the other demographics. So you're just going to intermix them with a higher quality of people. How does that work out? I don't know, man. It's like putting a German Shepherd, right, on the police force. And then you decide, let's put a Chihuahua as the running partner with the German Shepherd. He's the buddy cop. Or the poodle. Even furthermore, the poodle. I mean, what the frick, man? I mean, what are we doing? And that's the issue. That's the issue. When you look at the country at large, that's the issue that you're bringing upon yourself. You're mixing these different qualities of people, and you're like, okay, so let's equate those who are of the best value, good value, whatever, and let's equate them with the least value possible. Nobody talks about this either, but it's also the behavior defects of these other groups. Other groups have inherent, endemic behavior defects. We've known about this for a long time. You know, there's a reason why blacks, they commit more crime than any other demographic. It's not because, you know, the bigotry and all this, we're being hunted down and dear God help me. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's the way that they behave. If you know how these freaking clowns behave, they have complete disregard for other people. They're completely disrespectful. And did I already say that they're entitled? They're massively entitled. Holy crap. And nobody wants to call out the blacks. And I mean nobody. Nobody wants to call out their dog crap. Nobody wants to call out how they're freaking morons who, again, they think they're entitled to everything. They complain about their race every day of their existence. It's just, nobody wants to talk about it. It's tiring though. It's tiring. It's like, how the frick do you live in a country with ignoble people? It's not going to be solved by the Trump presidency. And again, I'm being very clear. I am so grateful that he won and everything that comes with it. However, you know, all the good. But we have future problems, current problems that are only going to develop further. Just, dude, just look at blacks. They're freaking degens, delinquents. They will do things like pick fights for no good reason, where you're like, come on, man. You know, there's a bunch of us who actually have stuff going on, and you want to freaking fight people for freaking what? You have all these freaking gangbanger wannabes, and you deal with the problems. You inherit those problems when you bring them into your country. Same thing with Hispanics. It's you cannot avoid the fact that these are just people of lower quality. Hispanics are addicted to puffing up their freaking chest, acting like they're super tough, and that, oh, don't cross me, bro. Oh, you know, you cross me on the street and it's gonna be bad for you. And it's like, geez, man, like other people actually have stuff going on, and you're gonna go out of your way and act like a freaking clown looking for fights. It's just... As I said recently, you know, it's like there's a reason why people don't look on these other groups with much respect, because these groups are not respectable. The way that they hold themselves, the way that they behave. And then apparently it makes you more enlightened as an individual if you just overlook these gleaming issues with these people. Oh, there's nothing wrong with the blacks. Oh, there's nothing wrong with Hispanics, all these other groups. The way they behave, their tendencies, whatever. Man, I just... It's tiring. And the only people who don't give a crap are the people who live in an ivory tower. They're the only ones who don't care. But when this problem is next door to you, you're like, screw this freaking trash, man. Wow, this is taking forever. Now I know why it took me forever to get back to this. Because it takes forever to get through a round. I am playing on a medium-sized map, by the way, and it's taking this long. It's crazy. Kind of frustrating, huh? So we'll see, man. We'll see. But you have legitimate problems by incorporating all these other groups into your population. It comes with very real consequences. And so many people, it's everybody. Everybody wants to overlook it. Everyone acts like it doesn't exist. If you say it exists, you get freaking gaslit like nobody else. It's like, oh, you're making it up. Oh, this, oh, that, blah, blah, blah. It's just every reason to say that, oh, it's not real. Oh, it's a you problem. It's nobody else. Oh, yeah. It's a me problem. It's a me problem. Okay. It's amazing to me how many people they gaslight all of this. So man, I've been thinking about that recently. I just, and I'm speaking for myself individually right now as I talk about all of this. You know, I find myself at the moment, I'm just so tired of it. And seriously, you know, there's no other way to look at it. What becomes of the future of a country that brings in droves and droves of low quality people? What becomes of that country? And outside of low quality people, what happens when you also undermine the racial basis of your country as well? What happens? You know, I just don't know what it is or what it means. At this point now, what it means or what it is to be American, because nobody can answer that. What we've done is we've fundamentally transformed what an American is. And now we are in these current years. Again, as I say, 3 elections. We just got past the first one. These are elections that are determining what is your country? Who are your people? It is determining the future of what makes someone, for instance, American. These are things that are under direct assault. It amazes me how little anybody actually talks about it or calls it out. Yeah, honestly, I kind of find that doing this is really well worth it. Wait, what did we get? We got something new. Okay. Yeah, doing this is nice. It allows you to teleport around very easily. So if I want to get into the Umbral Abyss, Oh, bro, by the way, I've been reading up on H.P. Lovecraft. Everything having to do with the Eldritch. It's really fascinating, honestly. And I'm really fascinated how much games like these are really personified by the, like, everything from Lovecraft and his work and how he defines the Eldritch. A game like this tries to, I now realize, they really tried to honor the way that the Cthulhian kind of creatures look. And yeah, they're so strange to look at. They're so freakish. But, you know, this is not exactly, but roughly how they were detailed by Lovecraft. It's really crazy. Like the vertebrae in the back, that they have this like weird hardened outside skin. It's very strange. Oh, is this guy my race? I know that we're trying to get the other guy killed because he's not our race. I think so. Oh, frick. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, so what else are we making? I guess I can do... We've done weapons, we've done the masks. So I guess it's time that we do a torso. I would imagine. I think we don't have bolstering regeneration. That one's the good one that we want. Oh, that sucks. Alright, we're not gonna do that. Can we do a good ring? I guess Zeal, Inspiring Killer. What else do we have? Nothing. Where's the other thing I use? Oh, Slip Away. Yeah. Or Flanker. Yeah, Flanker. Or Vicious Killer. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, frick. Can we do this? Let's see. Undying is a really nice one. We don't need it right now. I guess Siege Master. And maybe Berserker's Rage. Yeah, that would be nice. Skiornu wants to... Oh, nice. We got an Eldritch Dwelling. Umbral, whatever. Who freaking cares? Man, that's expensive though. Wow. That's a little much. I think it's worth it. Getting more research is always nice. So these guys are mine? Oh wow. Some of them are close to max. Some of them don't like me for some reason. What did I do to you? Alignment? My alignment is an issue? Really? All right, so everyone's a bootosher. That's strange. Huh. Weird. All right. Well, you can go lick my balls. Alright, so with everything that I've mentioned earlier, those are pretty much all my thoughts right now, right? So Trump won the election, which is nice. I have my concerns about the future, and not just concerns, but I've also been very clear about my statement, right? About the next 3 elections. Been pretty clear about that, and I think where we're heading and what's set before us, I think that it is, we're gonna have to see how it develops, you know? And I have some other thoughts about it, but I think I will just keep it there for now. Outside of that, you know, the good news is that at least things are bound to get better overall. For the most part, things should get better. But of course, we don't know where a lot of things are overall headed. I have my concerns about the next couple of days because it's like, geez, man, anything can happen. And I just don't know about the... So many Democrats are going to be looking for blood. So, especially elected Democrats, they're really looking for blood. Because they don't want to lose, even though it's very clear that they were willingly throwing everything away. I mean, they just really did not try that hard. It's pretty clear that they threw their chances away for the election for whatever reason. And they do have a plan. That is absolutely certain. They do have a plan. Whatever that is for the future. And I'm very uncertain about it. Because, you know, you don't do what they did in 2020 and you just allow everything to be thrown away, right? You don't just sit there and you're like, oh, I guess we give up now. No, you don't just give up. So they have a plan of something. And as far as I'm concerned, I definitely believe they still have a plan. I have no idea what it is. I can't. I mean, I have a few assumptions of what it is they might do, but it's like there's just no telling if they're trying to put everything on a postponement and they're just holding out. Because maybe they can still destroy everything. And it doesn't matter what happens next, right? I don't know. It's just, there's something strange about it all. And, you know, I'm not hoping for the worst. So it's just my genuine concerns. I don't think that they're willing to give up at all. And I think right now things are a little bit fishy. What's going on right now? So that's where I stand at the moment on that. But I guess that's it. I can't really think of what else my thoughts are. That's just where I'm at right now. Yeah, and I think in the future, I will probably elaborate more of my thoughts. But I think that's enough for now because, right? I mean, we went for a long time there, and I just think that I should probably recharge before and also just wait a little while, see what the rest of my thoughts are overall. Because there's still a lot of time for a lot of things to develop. The better of outcomes has happened, so that's the good thing. I just wonder what's coming next, right? You know, when it comes down to everything with illegal immigration now, seriously, man, you have so many Democrats, they're gonna be thinking that it's Anne Frank. They literally think it's gonna be Anne Frank 2.0 with the freaking illegal immigrants. It is going to be insane. There's so many people, and there's so many people that shouldn't be in the country. There's so many illegals who had anchor babies, and those anchor babies, they should be sent back too. There is no excuse why you came in illegally, you had a freaking kid in the country illegally, and then that kid becomes a citizen? That's just ridiculous. No. Ridiculous. But you know, man, if we don't do anything about the anchor babies, then it's like, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Then I don't think we're actually gonna be really solving this the population issue. You have a bunch of people in a country that don't belong there, right? In America, a bunch of people in America that don't belong in the country. Right now, to me, it looks like nothing's going to be done to get those people, a good number of them, out. I mean, again, you have no idea. There's so many ways that so many of these people, they came in illegally, tourists overstaying their visas. There are tons of illegals through tourism overstaying their visas, okay? There's a bunch of gotaways. They had kids. There's so many people that have no business being in America, but they got away with it, right? And they had their anchor babies, and I mean, no, all of them should be sent back. It's not like, oh, we pick and choose. No, you were illegal. You did illegal things. You're done. Get out. Man, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. Oh, interesting. There's already a rift right there. Whoops. Part of me thinks that the underlying problem, is not going to be changed all that much. And in the end, I think that America is just heading on its way to become Mexico 2.0. I'm going to be honest. Or maybe a huge mixture of the freaking globe. And if that's the case, then we're going to become little Mexico, little China, little Iran. Oh my gosh. This is what I'm saying, man. Multiculturalism is going to be the biggest issue going into the future. There is no way that there's any longevity with this. You don't just bring in all these people and you're like, oh, they're just going to totally assimilate. No, they assimilate you. This is the way they think. We've already been shown this for how many years? None of these people follow the customs. They don't care. So again, it's difficult for me because, you know, I want to have my appreciation for how things have turned out, but you have to be honest too. We're not going to heal as a country. We're just going to continue transforming ourselves just in a way that feels nicer, right? Man, it's so crazy. There's so many people that should not be in the country. And there's so many excuses for all of them to be seen as citizens. Man, it amazes me. I guess that's the way to put it, honestly. I think we're just looking for a more acceptable way now to transform the racial identity of the country, America. Because if you're paying attention to how everyone's talking about it, especially Trump, it's very clear. He's absolutely ready and willing to bring a bunch of these people in. So America is still on its way to becoming a new Mexico. And a bunch of the other countries are a part of that, let's be honest. Yeah, I don't know, man. Anyways, we're going to be back. And I definitely need to sit back and think more about this because, you know, I'm looking at it and it's just, it's pretty clear for me. I mean, for one, there's something I'm uncertain about. I don't know what it is that I'm so uncertain about because there's something else beneath all these layers that I've been talking about. There's something deeper going on. I did just mention something that I actually hadn't been mentioning earlier, which is the fact that we're still on our way to transforming America, away from America into a new country. That's what we're doing. And that's a huge issue. That's a huge gripe that I have for myself personally, outside of looking at it objectively as to what's happening and all the issues that comes with it. You know, me personally, obviously, I freaking hate it. And it's something that begrudges me. I think patriotism is done. I think it's completely dead. I don't know why the frick you would be proud of your country when you're bringing in a bunch of people. They don't speak your language. They don't care about your country. They don't care about anything except for treating your country as a piggy bank. What the frick? And again, man, that's something I'm going to expand on more later. Not here. Because we're going to be transitioning into no commentary, but that's something I need to think more about. This is really disgusting what we're doing. And I don't think America is going to be America for much longer. There are no signs that that is the case. And here's the other thing, is that Republican is now just another name for Democrat. That's the simple truth. And for me, I'm just freaking fed up with that. I'm so done. I'm so fed up. And, again, I'm just being absolutely honest here. I don't give a crap about the optics. I don't care about this and that. At some point, you just gotta be honest. You can't just keep on running around your thoughts and being like, oh, well, this. Well, you can't keep on trying to reprimand yourself. At some point, you just gotta speak honestly and say the truth. Yeah, I'm freaking fed up with it. I'm fed up with turning a white country into a non-white country. I want to live in a white country of white people. I want to have white films, white video games. I want everything to be white, as it once was. Yeah, that's what I want. because those things are ideal and those things are actually desirable. And right now what we're doing, we're completely heading away from that, and we're turning into some sort of minority country. That's what we're turning into. We're turning into a new minority country. That's what's happening here. So again, I mean, like, be grateful that for the fact that Trump won, but what the frick does it mean when you're losing your country regardless? We are becoming a new minority country. Oh man, I didn't say that in the video. I might actually add that in. See, there's more. This is the thing. It's like I'm kind of locked up on this, which is fine. Whatever. Why am I acting like... I could explain it. It doesn't matter. Kind of flustering myself about these thoughts. You know, it's fine. It's fine to just be thinking in thought. As I was saying earlier in this video, it's like you just need to spend some time and think every once in a while to really generate your thoughts. And this is something that I really need to sit back and think about. We are going to still, from this point on, regardless of anything, we are turning America into another minority country. A country full of minorities. You don't see a bunch of people running away to go live in Mexico, to go live in the Middle East or Africa, especially Africa. What the frick? You don't see that. But we are literally turning America into a new Mexico, or little Mexico, however you want to look at it, little Africa, all these countries. Nobody wants that. Even the liberals don't want that. Bro, pay attention to the freaking liberals. Pay attention to the left. They do not want to live around minorities. It is one of the number one things they're not interested by. It's insane. But yet, everyone wants to moralize that you should live around minorities. Ugh. And that we should bring them in, and that we should transform the population of America. No, we already have people. Have the white people bang each other, make more white children. It's all you have to do. It's not hard. It's not difficult. I've already spoken about this. We can fix this problem overnight, and nobody wants to do it. Yeah, this is insidious. Yeah, this is diabolical. Yeah, again, I have to think about this. This is something I'm going to be back, and I am going to be speaking more about this. But I have to resolve some of these thoughts because there's something deeper to all this that I am just, quite frankly, I'm just disgusted, man. America's not going to be America for much longer. And like, listen, I used to be insanely patriotic. That's just a simple truth. And now I've totally lost my love for the country. I don't love my country anymore. You know? If I'm being completely honest, I completely hate it. And we've been, for so many years now, we've been watching the country slowly transform away from what it is. And I've been watching this, and I always think to myself, how do you convince yourself that you love something that is being inherently transformed to something that you do not love? The simple fact of the matter is, I do not love freaking Mexico. I don't love that country. If I loved it so much, I would go live there. I don't want to. And right now, what are we doing? We're transforming these countries. The EU, we're transforming America. We're transforming these countries into new minority countries. Where the frick does a white... And this is really the fundamental issue. where the frick does a white person actually have a country to go to where it's just white people and that's it? Hispanics, they have all kinds of countries they can go to. The Africans, they can go to all kinds of countries. Asians, they can go to all kinds of countries. But white people, they can't go anywhere. Because it's their own countries that are being undermined right beneath them. How do you love that? How do you love that? How do you love something that you are inherently transforming to something to which you do not want to be a part of? How do you love that? And why the frick is it moral to love that? How does it make you a virtuous individual to love that? To love the desecration of your culture, of your country, of your society? That makes you good? Everyone should look at you and think of you as virtuous? No, man, it just makes me angry. That's all it does. It makes me mad. And you want to know what's even more diabolical about all of this? The minorities, they get off to this. They actually get off to this. They love it that they're coming into your country and transforming it through their race. Again, just pay attention to what these people think and say. Just pay attention. They literally say it. None of them even hide it. These people have such contempt, and that's the serious truth. They have contempt for these countries, the white countries that they're coming into, pillaging, and they love the fact that they're transforming the population, that they're not adhering to your culture, to your language, none of it. And they're inherently transforming you, your ideals, your notions, the people. Why do we need these people? We have our own people. Makes no sense. This is what I was talking about when I'm talking about the fact that in the next 3 elections, we really do. We have a dire problem set before us. And either America persists as a country or it turns into something completely different. And at that point, I don't know what the frick you're left with. I mean, it will crumble the country. But people are going to do everything they can to avoid that reality in their mind. They're going to deny. They're going to live in a state of denial about where the country's headed, about what it's becoming. They can do everything in their power to convince themselves that that's not real. So anyways, man, those are my thoughts right now. I'm going to be thinking more about this. I definitely need to think between the lines because there's quite a bit to all of this that really needs to be thought through. Most people do not recognize how poorly behaved a lot of these minority demographics are. You see Hispanics, poorly behaved, so many of them. You see blacks, poorly behaved, all of them. And they hate the idea to ever improve their behavior, ever. They absolutely hate it. To just be more civil, to be more considering of other people, their fellow citizen. They just don't do it. They just do not do it. And yeah, it's the majority of them, absolutely. And they just won't do it. They just will not show proper decency and civility. And what we're doing to these countries, these white countries, is that we're bringing in more of these people. They're not considerate of their population, of the people within the population. They're not considerate whatsoever. They don't care. It's better for them in their minds that they defy you and your customs, and that they enforce upon you their customs. With their lack of customs, that's really what it is. But that's their idea of customs. Conduct and behavior, cultural values, just be completely disregarding of everybody else. What's even crazier? This includes every economical bracket, every single one, every single one. I have nothing, man. I have nothing to say about it. Again, right now today, as America stands, it's a country. I find it impossible to love the country now. I find it impossible to enjoy the country, if I'm being quite honest. We have fundamentally transformed it so heavily. And we're still on track to do that right now. There's nothing stopping us from bringing in a bunch of minorities and just saying, whatever. Define our culture, doesn't matter. What is it to be American now? Nobody knows. It would be bigoted and evil if we had all white people in a film. No, we gotta have a freaking melting pot now for every single movie, for every single video game. And that's just the way it has to be now. Well, who the frick wants that? Literally, who the frick wants that? Nobody does. But we're gonna moralize that? We're gonna say that that's what you should accept? Come on, man. This is what I mean, you know, it's you know what, let's put it very simply though. White people, they don't have a country to go to anymore. That's just a simple fact. We are removing white countries right now. And everyone's behind it. Everyone supports it, left, right. This is what I'm talking about with multiculturalism. This is why I'm saying it's such a big issue. This is why this will be an unavoidable election cycle issue. At some point, white people are just going to say that it's enough and be like, what the frick are we doing? We are throwing away any country that we used to be a part of, that used to define us. And now we are turning ourselves into the minority demographic of our own countries. We don't have a racial identity anymore. What the frick happened? That's what's happening. And again, so as the years go on, where we develop into these issues, and as we ignore this throughout every single election cycle, there just comes a point where it's going to catch up with you. There's going to come a point where everyone, they cannot avoid it. They see it right in front of their face and they're like, oh, what the frick? I literally just threw away my ancestry, my heritage, my culture. And now I, for some reason, signed up. I moralized myself to give into my own country, to give it into another person's culture, to turn into their country. I mean, so like which one happens first, right? Do we become an African country or a Hispanic country first? Who knows? But that's where we're headed. We're not going to be a white country for long. Look at most people. They don't behave like white people anymore. White people behave like a bunch of freaking Ebonics clowns. Everyone's speaking in Ebonics. Everyone behaves like freaking black clowns. All of them. All of them. And that comes with consequences. There's a reason why Africa is the way it's been since the beginning of time. Since the beginning of time. There's a reason why it's the way it is. And right now, white people are like, oh, let's just behave like the blacks, okay? And when you have criminality or you have other issues outside of criminality, you have a lot of delinquency, all kinds of problems. When the core quality of your civilization is faltering and you continue to behave like another people who are not as honorable as yours, then what? Again, what we are doing, we are relinquishing the spirit of a nation, the spirit of a people. We are relinquishing a future. And I see so many conservatives, they're all behind it. Like they're so obsessed about being anti-racist or non-racist, whatever it is, right? Who the frick knows? They're so obsessed. I mean, really, it's anti-racist. They're so obsessed. That's what it is. I don't give a crap about how they define it. They're so obsessed with anti-racism, they're throwing away their country. It's like, if you want to throw away your country so bad, why don't you go move to these countries? It's my legitimate question. I have no idea why they're doing this. But again, everyone wants to embrace black culture, Ebonics. Let's all talk like clowns. Let's all get into needless fights. Let's all do all the... Again, that's just... There's so much more behind it all. I'm being really simplistic with this because there's a bunch of crappy black culture behaviors implicit of black culture, of black people. They behave like clowns. They have no disregard for other people, right? When you're in a public setting, for instance, black people, they'll set the volume on whatever it is they're listening to just out loud. Everyone else, when they went out of their way to go purchase headphones so that they could be courteous to other people and listen to their own crap on their own, in their own ears. But black people, for some reason, and you always notice this with, largely black guys, black women are kind of a coin toss depending on who they are, honestly. But you always notice with black guys, they blast their music out. They have no consideration for other people. They don't put things back where they found them, stuff like that. You'll see a lot of that. Just go down the list. These are just simple things that, let's just be honest, that white people teach their kids. This is how you behave properly. This is how you show proper conduct. This is how you show proper civility, but that's not, no, it's not decency either. But this is proper custom. This is how you behave yourself in a civil society. And black people, they never show it, and they don't care. Specifically black dudes. And again, there's so many issues. But all I'm saying is that the problems are numerous. And what we are doing, we are throwing away the decency of a country. That's what we're doing right now. We are throwing away the decency of a country. So again, it's something I need to think more about. It's something that I need to investigate my own thoughts around it a little bit more. Because there's more to all of this, and there's a couple of more things to say. I would say that there's different ways to be putting what it is that I'm saying right now. It's a couple of different ways to say it all, to the tune of different effects. I'm going to be very honest when I say this, though. There's a reason why white civilizations have been the pinnacle of literature and technology. The less we become a white civilization, whether it's in the EU, America, wherever else white people can just freaking exist, the less these countries remain white, the less sophisticated literature you're going to have, the less technology that you're going to be developing, and that is also going to be faithfully maintained, because you also need to sustain these things. You're going to see a diminishing rate of innovation, of industry, state of the art, everything. Cleanliness is going to go down. That's another issue. Respect to property. Again, this is another thing. If you pay attention to blacks and how they behave, again, I said it many times, but now I'm detailing it in this one way here. Complete disregard for others and their surroundings. Blacks have no respect for property. Even if they own it, they don't have any respect for property. So things become more damaged much more quickly when a black is using it or is around whatever that thing is. Okay, just whatever you can think of, whatever property you can think of, the wear and tear is that much higher. And this is also an issue with Hispanics, by the way. But these are the problems that you see. You see this blatant disregard for their surroundings. And it just makes it to where it's like, oh wow, it's like I use this jumping rope and suddenly it snaps in half. What the frick? It's like, well, yeah. There's a black dude that uses it every freaking week. Well, that's weird. I saw a white dude use it every week for like 5 months and never broke. How long has a black guy been using it? 2 months. What the frick? So now we have to go buy a new one. Wasted money. Wasted property, wasted resources overall. And that's with everything. And nobody wants to call it out. Everyone is so afraid. And this is the thing. This is the thing that amazes me. And I've been speaking about this so much. And I said this earlier. I'm going to say it again. This is the kind of dog crap that liberal women, they would berate any man, specifically a white man. Liberal women would be berating you all day if you treated property with as much disrespect as a black man. Isn't it interesting that nobody calls these guys out on their behavior? Unless you're a freaking bigot. It's up to you, really. If you're a freaking bigot, you're the one that has to call them out. But all these freaking virtuous, enlightened liberals, they'll bash down on your freaking head with all this freaking dog crap. Don't do this, don't do that. You better behave properly here, there, and everywhere. But then when a black guy does this freaking dog crap, crickets. Nobody talks about it. No one cares. These are the same mother effing women. They act like they're freaking girl bosses, boss babes. Then if a man crosses them, oh, it's going to be a bad day for you. It's like, okay. So when a black, again, I said this earlier, if a black man misbehaves Are you going to tell him off? Are you going to correct him? They never do it. Well, I thought you were tough. But for some reason, you're so fearful of black men, or black people in general. Again, it depends on the black woman. You know, some of them, yeah. It's a coin toss with them. But anyways. But you always notice with these freaking libtard women, they'll preach at you all day. They'll wag their finger and be like this, that, and the other thing. Then when black dudes, or black people in general, they misbehave, nothing. Nothing. Again, these are girl bosses. Again, they say that they're stronger or just as tough as men. Again, they puff up their chest and they act like they're the biggest deal on the freaking block. But they'll never call out Hispanic dudes. They'll never do that. They never call out minorities in general. They never call out minorities, ever. It is something that you will always notice if you're paying attention, which I don't know. What the frick? How many people are just being dishonest with themselves? I don't know. Because it's not just black dudes, although that's a big example that's been going on for a long time. It's all of minorities. When minorities don't behave right, you never see these girl bosses correcting them. They'll bash on a freaking white man all day. But they won't freaking bash on the freaking minorities. Well, I thought you were tough. I thought you were strong. I thought no man can cross you. Now you're playing it off like you're freaking afraid or something. I don't know what it is. Or like it doesn't matter all of a sudden. So I guess minorities are allowed to behave like freaking clowns. But the white man, oh dear God, help us if he ever acts like a clown, right? This is what I'm talking about because it's so much bigger than all this. But this is what I'm talking about when it comes down to multiculturalism, is that we're watching people. They're willing to sacrifice their own values, their own culture, their own preservation of their society, just so that they don't offend a bunch of minorities. Every freaking time. And this is what you sacrifice. And nobody seems to care. Even though everyone does care, let's just be honest. Everyone's behaving like they don't give a crap. Like it doesn't matter. It's absolute clown world. Absolute clown world. And that's the thing I'm talking about. Is a Trump presidency, is that even gonna change any of these problems? This is why I'm saying it's inescapable. Eventually multiculturalism catches up with you. Because that's, again, this is just the surface. There's so many underlying hostilities. Because again, like, here's the other truth. If a minority is behaving incorrectly and you do correct them and you decide to be a bigot by correcting them and telling them, hey, can you stop doing that thing that's completely inconsiderate of other people? If you ask a minority of such a thing, they will freaking flip out on you. They will flip out on you. They will get very aggressive, very threatening. You don't know if they're going to do anything or not. You just don't know. And this is despite how much money they make. Despite how much money they make. Does not matter. Again, they don't know how to behave. And nobody calls it out. Nobody talks about it. Everyone acts like it's just kumbaya. We're all a happy family. Are we? Are we? Or is it that you're throwing your own people away for some reason? And you're allowing the freaking diverse man to have at it. to go crazy on the freaking buffet. It's unbelievable. And again, and again, and again, again. This is a part of the inherent hostility that these minorities have. They come into a white country and they will have so much hostility towards white people, especially when white people correct them on their behavior or whatnot. They have no consideration for their own behavior. Zero. The biggest thing I want to see, I just want to see liberals live in a freaking black community. I just want to see it, because they don't. That's a simple reality. They don't live around blacks. I want to see it. I want to see, because there's such gleaming examples, pillars of the community. I want to see how they do. You guys love the blacks so much, why don't you live around them? And then they never do it. And then they'll sit there and call you an ist, a phobe. They call you all these words. Especially if you call out the bad behavior, something they can't do for some reason. You're evil, but they're not. Even though they get to live in their blissful ignorance. It's freaking retarded. And that is ultimately really what it comes down to. A liberal is only as virtuous as their ignorance, or as much as they are afforded to live in ignorance, whichever one. They're only as moral as that. So again, as I said it, right? The multiculturalism issue is inescapable, and it will eventually devour all, like it has all throughout history. Why do you think it's never, again, I'm just rounding the base here on what I was saying earlier. Why do you think it's never worked all throughout history? Why do you think? Oh, just because it wasn't done the right way? No, because these different groups are inherently different from each other. They have different temperaments, different tendencies, different beliefs. Again, black men have some of the greatest hostility, specifically towards white dudes. Maybe the other races, I would say that, yeah, they do, but sometimes they'll behave like they have camaraderie with the other races if they have a shared goal. It doesn't last that long, but regardless. But they have so much hostility for other races. But right now, right, they're all storming into white countries. And you'll notice it. These guys freaking hate white dudes. And they thirst after white women. Absolutely. And we say it is wrong to call this out. We say it's wrong. Which in the inverse means that these clowns and how they behave, that's right. These clowns and how they behave is what's right. And you calling out their bad behavior makes you wrong. Even though the bad behavior that you're calling out, liberals will call it out. Harsher than most, by the way. These people are freaking zealots. But they won't call out a freaking minority to save their life. Literally to save their life. And they think that they have grounds to stand on. to tell you don't be evil, this, that, whatever. Don't be this, don't be that. Don't believe this, don't believe that. They think that they're in the position to preach to you. And again, I come back down to the points I was making. So is a Trump presidency going to change that problem? Is he going to fix it? Absolutely not. He's not going to fix that. It's only going to exacerbate because realistically, he wants to bring more people in. And it goes deeper than that. But he's okay. He's okay with the fundamental transforming of a civilization, its people, and its culture, and everything you're sacrificing with it. And again, I am grateful for his victory. I am, for everything that it means for the country of America. However, there's so many things that we are selling away, meanwhile, that nobody wants to talk about. And I'm just going to be honest with it, with amongst the many other things I'm being honest about. There's a bunch of white people who are fed up with this. I kind of said that earlier, but just again, there's so many white people who are fed up with this. But they all play along with this stupid game, throwing their country away. For what? I don't know. What's the benefit? What's the reward? Oh, I'm not called a freaking racist. Okay. Meanwhile, you're throwing your country away. Is it really worth it, man? Is it really worth it? Oh, good, you're not a racist, I guess. And you're allowing yourself to get walked on. Bro, again, black dudes, they thirst after white women crazily. And the first thing they do? If any of them get with a freaking white chick, they'll laugh at white men and literally goat about it. Sorry, gloat. They'll gloat about it. I was thinking of goad and gloat at the same time. Goat. Anyways, they'll gloat about it that they're banging white men's women. They get a power high from it. I'm just going to be honest, man. This is not just disgusting. This is evil. This is evil. And nobody wants to call it out. Nobody cares. Everyone thinks that the black mother effing community is obligated, that they have the right to just trash on white people's countries and then to trash on white men specifically as they pillage the white men's country. No, just more specifically, they're pillaging the white man and they're toxifying the white man's women. This is disgusting, and nobody wants to call it out. Nobody wants to talk about it. It's totally okay. Don't be evil. That's all they tell you. Don't be evil. Don't be racist. Oh, okay. This is why I say nobody actually believes in anything. They only believe in their sensitivities as they were conditioned to follow them. That's all they care about. So many people do not care about what is truly right and what is truly wrong. They could not even bother. And they don't believe in anything. So many people readily sell away their countrymen, their fellow countrymen. For what? Virtue points, virtue signaling, something that effectively doesn't exist and it doesn't pay. They will sell away their fellow countrymen for that. And by the way, this is why I say Multiculturalism is a poison. It comes with a myriad of problems. Quite frankly, is this disease that brings with itself a bunch of illnesses. And nobody wants to talk about it. And I mean nobody wants to talk about it. This is why I say we might be waiting as long as the election cycle of 2032 to talk about this, because nobody wants to talk about it. Nobody. Eventually, nobody can avoid this. This comes with these endemic problems that I'm talking about right here. It comes with these endemic problems that you cannot avoid. The issues eventually become inescapable, and eventually you have to just accept upon yourself reality. But right now, there's so many people, they live up in their ivory tower. But here's the truth. So many of these people who live up in the ivory tower, they're doing everything in their power to bring blacks into their ivory tower. So eventually, they're going to start seeing more of it. Maybe. Let's be honest though, they crazily police their own social circles. So who even knows how long-term those consequences are, really? Again, they live in an ivory tower, and they do everything in their power to live in that ivory tower forever. Meanwhile, moralizing you to put up with the dog crap that they moralize you into. Again, a liberal will moralize you all day. They will flagellate you with a freaking studded whip all day. But they will do nothing to correct the misbehavior of a minority. They will never do it. Even these freaking, it just amazes me that you have these girl bosses out there, these feminists. They think they're super tough. They talk about being tough all day. But they will never call out a minority of any kind. White men, it's all day. White men, they will hate on you all day. But they will never call out a minority. This is disgusting behavior. And then everyone believes that they're moral. It is fake virtue. And again, at some point, people have got to address it. As I was talking about earlier. You know, if nobody addresses this, this will destroy the entire nation. You can't just have people misbehave like this forever. And that eventually doesn't catch up with anybody. All right, I stepped away for 2 seconds. We're back. Oh yeah, this. I saved, right? All right, let's do this stupid trash. Yeah, we're gonna be going into no commentary soon here. Sheesh. So many biatches to attack. Alright, we got this. Anyway, man, those are all my thoughts. You know, a Trump presidency will fix nothing having to do with the disillusion of America's culture. That's ultimately what it comes down to. Right now we are through egalitarianism, that is, actually. Right now through egalitarianism, we are doing absolutely everything in our power to throw away the country, America. Justifying the erasure of the country's spirit. And you're bringing people into the population, specifically a bunch of colored dudes, who love the idea of replacing white men. When is it that white people are going to finally admit to themselves what's going on? At what point? Because right now, everyone's just ignoring it.
Embrace the chaos, and it will embrace.
What was I doing with this biatch? Oh, we were doing mage. Got it. I guess we'll just do that. Although there's a bunch of things I can do. But, corpse consumption's good. We should do that. Alright, so, again, later I'm gonna have more thoughts about all these things, but right now we're gonna... I wonder, this might be the last video. No, I have no idea. This may or may not be the end parts of the series, or this playthrough. We'll see, we'll find out. But, yeah, anyways. So we're gonna do some no commentary, and I will be back. Oh yeah, and when I'm back, I'm probably going to share some of my other thoughts. Maybe. I don't know, man. I'm thinking a lot about this right now in my head. Just because there's a lot of other layers, but I don't know. I need to decide. Make up my mind. I need to resolve a couple of things. It's just, you know, with Trump winning the presidency, you know, there's still a lot of problems that could happen. I do not think that the Democrats are willing to actually lose. They will do anything. And I literally mean that. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, you know, outside of that, he's now working, and he's allowed himself to work with so many of these neoliberals. His cabinet and the people working with him, they're not conservative. So, I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I don't think we're going to be getting a very conservative presidency out of him here. And I'm not really trying to beg for anything too crazy. It's just like, but I mean, seriously, he's supposed to be Republican, and he ultimately got himself elected by refusing to be a Republican candidate. Let's just be honest. Him and JD, they keep on calling themselves the party of common sense. Well, that's not what your supporters are voting for you on. Not common sense, but conservative principles. But apparently that's evil. Again, man. So I'm going to be back. I'm going to talk more about this, but that's a deeper problem. So many of these mother effers, they're not willing to be actually conservative. A lot of these modern day Republicans. And it's like, okay, then you're just going to continue throwing away your country. That's the simple truth. I'm disappointed, you know. I sincerely I am, but anyways, we're going to be back later. Alright guys, we're back. So, oh frick, I might have to sneeze. Oh frick. Anyway, the new DLC came out, so I'm actually going to be picking that up. We're going to be getting into that for the next video here. But they added some new tomes, they added a new faction. I didn't actually think they were adding new content, and they did. So that's really cool. I'm going to be picking that up. Uh-oh. Alright, well the game keeps on crashing, which is very annoying, so I'm just going to resolve that I should be sitting here. Just talking as we are dealing with these crashes for whatever reason. Alright. Let me do that. There's something that's wrong. I don't know what it is. Something's crashing the game. Very interesting. Alright, am I allowed? No way. Wow. Okay. Kinda gay. Anyway, man. So, it's been crazy. So, I think I was talking about this earlier, but oh, hold up. Holy mother F. Alright, we're good. Yeah, so you got some leftards. They're saying that the election was stolen. It's just unbelievable. They have no evidence. You can't just say something. You have to have evidence. The right wing had evidence for the 2020 election that there was stealing going about, okay? The left, they just say stuff regardless of the proof. Regardless. You can't do that. That's not how it works. You don't just make up what's true, what's real, what's this, what's that. You don't do that. Absolute clown worlds. That's all I can tell you. These people are so freaking scornful. It's unbelievable. Anyway, we're going to be trying out the new DLC though. I do look forward to that. And we have a few other games we're going to be getting into. I don't know exactly what. Wait, what turn were we on? Uh-oh. I don't remember. Uh-oh. Let me check. How far back does this go? Let me... Alright, oh, 132? Oh. So we went back 2 turns? Jeez. Alright. We'll screw you. You freaking game. You mother effing game. Alright, so let's see what it is that we are allowed to do. Can I end the turn? No way. It's breaking the game. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Because the game updated, I think it broke. Oh. Oh. Oh, that sucks. Oh, that sucks. So how do we fix that? What do we do? Oh no. Oh no. Oh shoot. What do we do then? Is this the end of the freaking video? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to replay as the freaking summoners. It's not that big of a deal, but you know, I'm gonna have to do that, I'm pretty sure. Oh, well, that's kind of retarded. Retartar. Wow. Yeah, I don't know. What is it that I can do? Okay, so the game's broken. Oh, what the frick? Oh, it did the rework. It applied it. Interesting. Huh. So why is it broken? What's going on here? What's the issue? Uh-oh. Oh shoot, that's unfortunate. Oh no. Oh. Oh dear God. Okay. Huh. Wow. I have no idea how to work around this. Yeah, that's an issue. That's a huge issue. Okay. Well, that sucks. Yeah, that blows. Okay, wow. I have no idea what I can do. Yeah, I think we're boned. Yeah. Pretty sure. There's no way. Zero. Zero. Wow. Dude, I have no idea what to do. Okay, well, that sucks. So I guess, is this the end? There's nothing I can do here. This is so unfortunate. I'm so confused. Wow. That's weird. Okay. So, the game is totally glitched.
A hero gains skill options from 3 sources: class, origin, and affinity dedication.
So this is the new skill point system. It looks like they refunded all of my skill points, and I'm gonna guess this is what's breaking the game. It has to be. It has to be because there's a bunch of things I'm missing, right, in my skills, and it's updating it, but it's updating it for like 5 different heroes. That has to be the issue. All right, so we can use my skill points. Yep, we got the signature skills. So initiate. What'd you say? All right, who is this again? Symbelicus the tiger? Who the frick is Symbelicus? Who are you, you queer? Oh, hey, what's up, queer? All right, so he's a warrior biatch. Uh-huh. Defense. Wild army leader. Oh. Ah. More damage on flanking attacks. Resistance. Hit points. Defense. Critical hit chance. Ignore status resistance. I would say that one. Although it unlocks. So it unlocks warding aura and lightning strikes. Okay. Okay, it's kind of interesting, I guess. Inspiring killer. Searing strikes. Purging strikes. Still as stone. What is that? Ah. Okay. It's interesting. So you're kind of like planting yourself down. Shepherd. Animal units? Okay. Interesting. Faithful, is that still the same? It is. Attackers have a chance of remorse. It's kind of cool. Soul drain. Oh, remorse again. So there's more remorse. And what about astral? What does that do? So warding aura. Interesting. Well, I want to do this one, so we're going to do that. So that's interesting what it comes with. Oh, and those are automatic, or... Oh, we have to purchase them? Okay. Oh my. Yeah, so you can get the level up for all of these. I can't get order. Why is that? Oh, my affinity. I see. So Spirit Breaker, Aura. Oh lord, there's so much to look at. Oh, so you can just keep on buffing that out? So I can just get a bunch of flanking damage if I want? Wow. That's actually kind of crazy. Unholy Leader. Undead units. Wow. Dang, look at that. What the heck? Wow. Okay. Huh. It's kind of cool. Oh, shoot. That's really nice. That's really strong. Whoa. That's really strong. That's super strong. What the heck? That's really good for defense, but I think we're going to go with this. So Adept of Chaos right there. That's a good one. It's good to know for the future. Because, yeah, you look at Debilitating Aura. That's a big deal. Especially for a melee unit. Master of Shadow. Target adjacent enemies. You heal off of this? That's good. Okay, you summon a biatch that lasts for 3 turns. I don't like the 3 turns. Soulbound. It's kind of interesting. Awaken Earth. It's interesting. Oh, wow. That's kind of interesting. Plus 50 damage on attacks? Well, that's kind of good. It looks like they buffed it. Yeah, it does. It kind of needed to get buffed. I should be looking at the patch notes, but can I really bother? I don't know. That one's nice. That's a good one right there. That can very easily be a one-shot. Alright, that's not too bad. Adjacent enemies. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow, that's cool. I might want to do maybe this one, possibly. It looks like it's powerful. This is really good for healing. Yeah. It's kind of tough to make a decision here. I mean, amplify chaos. Oh dear God. We want something that's really good with my builds. I don't know. I think Draining Burst, that just looks really good to me for this build. I think we're gonna do that. Of course, the issue is that I don't know. I wonder if dealing with this is going to make my game not crash. But I mean, I guess this is just worth it before we get into the next match or the next playthrough. It's worth it to go through all this. All right, so we have 13 points left. So we can go one of two ways. We can go defense or damage. Did they change how damage reduction works? Oh wow, that goes up to... What is that? I think they nerfed it. Yeah. It looks like they nerfed it. It looks like you can't be as tanky as you could be in the past. Yeah, no, you can't. It takes 12 defense to get up to 72%. That does not look like what it was. Because it used to be that you could get, what was it? You could get to 71% by getting up to 8 or 9, as I remember, of the defense stat. So they wildly changed it. From what I can tell. Anyway. That was bound to happen, I guess. Alright, so what do I want to do? Do I want to be defense or do I want to have attack? Do I want my guy to one-shot or do I want him to be tanky? My assumption is that being tanky is still pretty important. Oh no. Okay, the game did not crash. Wow. Surprising. Whoa. Well, that's pretty good to have, I would argue. Yes, I would say that's pretty good, all of this. Oh, you can only choose one of these, so you can go damage or you can go defense, which obviously I think defense is the better way to go. So second wins, that looks new. Slippery, you heal. Alright, so it looks like they buffed Slippery. Whatever the heck it was. What was it? It was Swift Foot, right? Okay, yeah, that's not bad. That's a good buff. I think I want to go tanky with this guy. I think we want to get second wins. Wow. That's really good right there. Wow, man, you can barely get much. What the heck? War Seeker. Interesting. Well, that's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, shoot. Do we go defensive? I think we go defensive. We want to be as tanky as possible. Because getting glassed is not fun. Yeah, I think we want to have taunted with this build. Alright, so we're really tanky. We don't have greater defense, which is kind of a trade-off. But I do enjoy the functionality of the builds. We have Vicious Killer, I guess, and Will Breaker. And then that will lead us into... I guess that's going to lead us into Killing Momentum. Unless we want to do one of these. And yeah, they added a renown system as well. Win a naval battle? Oh shoot, that's terrible. Oh yeah, there's no way I'm getting renown on this guy. Good luck. That is terrible. Privateer? That is horrible. There's no way I'm ever doing that one in the future. Okay. So how much is 7? Oh, 52%, that's it? That doesn't seem like a lot to me. It looks like they nerfed it, or maybe I'm wrong. Well, that's kind of interesting. Oh my, what the... Oh, it shows you the miscellaneous. Wow. Okay. Interesting. What is this? Oh, that's super good. For a ranged unit, that's really good. We can definitely do that. And I get the Wizard King this time around, so that's interesting. That's not too bad. Oh, that's cool. Wow. Snapshot looks like a good way to... that's a 1-turn cooldown? So do you get that the next turn? How does that work? Yeah, I mean, 1 turn goes by, right? So you always have that available, right? Yeah, 1 turn goes by. So you use it, 1 turn goes by, right? True Shot is really nice just because you do a bunch of damage. But Snapshot is better because it's free, and that pretty much guarantees your next actual attack to get you a kill. If you can use that more often, you might want to use that more. Hold on. Yeah, so you add this on top. Yeah, it looks like to me that Snapshot is a better way to guarantee kills. Unless there's this. Oh, bypasses? Well, I mean, I'm using a Mage Lock. Unless they changed the Mage Lock. Did they change it? No, it has breaching. Yeah. So, I guess it's a weird way of turning... I have no idea, actually. Now leaves afflicting miasma, which is not bad. That's actually pretty good. That's kind of cool. I like that. There needed to be other ways to apply afflicting miasma outside of the tome. Alright, Culling Hunter. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I think Snapshot seems better to me. Diseased? That's really good. Yeah, that's really good if you're using Scatter Shot. That's a great way to apply it. Yeah, that's not bad. And what's the cooldown on Scatter Shot? Oh, it cancels defense? Oh. Holy, yo, this is good. Immobilized? Yeah, that's not really worth it. If it did, constrict, it would probably be better. What is this? So, ranged attacks. Oh, wow. So that turns you into a giant killer, basically, right? That's really nice. So it's way easier to take out tanky targets. Killing an enemy resets all ability cooldowns. Well, that's really good with True Shot. But I mean, I already have the Mage Lock, so it's already good with Snapshot. We don't really need to do that for True Shot. Although again, using True Shot like that makes True Shot a whole lot better. But yeah, I think Snapshot's better. And then what else? Yeah, Kill Shot is really good. And then what else? Really? That's insane. So that makes a bow a lot stronger, which I can definitely understand. And perhaps with Thorn Shot, that makes it so that if you fire 3 volleys, which is pretty difficult, you can't do that in your first turn, typically. But that could make it to where you're inflicting, oh shoot, you could be inflicting disease that way. Okay. That's interesting. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, okay, I was mixing that up with the one that makes it so that you can't. Oh, decaying, the one that makes it so that you can't heal. All right, so that's not as good as I thought. Oh, +1 range. That's not bad. Oh shoot. Oh, that's good. Yo, that's good. Oh wow. Oh shoot. That's pretty nice. And I can get regeneration. That's so nice. What is this down here? Ah, frick. Yeah, that's too nice. That's way too good. Wow, we can just beeline for this? You can only use this once. That sucks. I can get slip away? Interesting. It's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, when you cast a spell? Well, I don't know if that's my build whatsoever. This is a spell. Okay, so this is a Wizard King. So whenever you do a Wizard King, you gotta be mindful of the fact that you're going into something that is looking for you to go magical. Your overall build is rewarded for going magical. Alright, that's interesting. Oh. Oh, shoot. Okay, so they changed that. Yeah, that's interesting. Wow. Well, you definitely want to use that. What is this? Whenever you cast a spell. Yeah, that's nice. Adds an effect to channeling ritual. They become overcharged. Oh, that's nice. Oh, dude, that's nice. Oh, shoot. I never use buff spells or healing spells. Okay. It's kind of cool. I think this one's better because if I'm gonna get a kill, then I can use killing momentum, which I would have to put into a ring. But if I get killing momentum, then I'm pretty sure I could just do this, right? Defensive ritual. You gotta be careful doing something like this because the AI might just start screwing away your turns instead of using your unit as a killing unit. You don't really want that. So maybe it's better that you do quickened ritual, I guess. At least for now. So we can get slip away. Flanking attacks. It's kind of interesting. I think, oh, that's kind of tough. I think this might be better. Let's just do it for the heck of it. Let's actually remove this. Oh, how do you do that? Uh-oh. I guess we're stuck. Well, it's kind of cool. Oh, you get a dedication bonus. What is this? Oh, okay, dedication, that's all. Okay, so it's just ×3. Whatever. So what is this? Lawbringer. So you clear a gold level infestation, or you clear an infestation at all. Well, you could spawn those. So that's actually a really good one. So I can level that up pretty easily. It's not too bad. Yeah, so Lawbringer is one of the better ones, that's for sure. I don't really like the summon abilities in this game, especially since the summons, they despawn. That's a huge issue. It would be better if they never despawned, but they were like severely weakened in some way. And of course, your enchantments can still apply to those summons, but it would just be better if the summons were weakened rather than having a limit, a turn limit. It's kind of annoying. All right. Yeah, I don't think any of these are worth it. Why would I use any of this? I don't know. I guess it's good to have the option in case you want to use it. Alright, so there we go. We just went through 2 of those frickin' hoe bags. So what is Steward? Grow governed city to 16. Okay. Governed city maintains positive stability for 5 turns. That seems really slow compared to like Lawbringer. Lawbringer's way better. Alright, so this guy can do this. We're gonna just do it again. Oh, so we have the ritualist. Obscuring flora. 3 action points for that? That's not worth it at all. Why would you do that? What is this guy? Okay, so this guy is a mage. So we definitely want to do astral with this guy. I will mess around with other options in the future, like the flanking option, but right now this is pretty much what we want. Maybe adepts would be nice with this guy. Oh no. Maybe master instead. Yeah, this right here is really good. Granting you evasion just makes you a lot tankier. Yeah, so astral is already like amongst the better ones, just because of how much more survivable you are getting all this. Yeah, that's really good. And then the sundered resistance is really nice. Oh yeah, oh dude, that's good. That's really good. That's actually, I mean, that makes it to where you're cutting through armor. That's really good. Okay, so raise undead. I don't like that it's 1 action point. That's terrible. Summon a bone wyvern. Well, that's good. I like that. Summon a zombie? Can you do both? Units summoned by this hero. Okay. That's cool. What is this? Oh, dark ritual. Yeah, that's a good one. What is this? An astral ward. Okay. Okay. So it starts with 25 health. You can get it up to 35. You can make it to where you're summoning. Okay. You can link. Okay, so basically your hero becomes a summoner. That's really all it is. Interesting. People say that Weaver's really good because I think it's supposed to be that you kill an enemy and it refreshes all your cooldowns. That's what I heard, but it doesn't look like that's what it does. It doesn't tell you what it does. Oh, wait. Okay, so wild growth. Enemy... Okay, yeah, so enemy units, they're poisoned and bled, and they... Oh, wow, they suffer damage. Or friendly units, they get regeneration and they heal. Okay, wow, this is actually... Okay, now this makes it legit. Now it makes sense why you would use this. Blinded, immobilized. That's really good. Summons 3 living vines. That's cool. Has no cooldown and leaves 1 action point. Oh, dude, that's huge. That's huge. But all this does is it bolsters your units. So it's not really that crazy. Well, that's kind of nice. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's really cool. That's nice, but it's really unreliable. That's the issue with Undying Loyalty. Because how do you guess which unit needs Steadfast? Typically, you don't really know. Okay, so while army leader... Oh, that's nice. That's really good. Oh, wow. That's really good. Wow. Yo, this is nice. So they figured out a way to make it so that all of these skills actually have a good purpose. Except for... Except for Raise Dead. I don't like that one. That one's kind of dog trash, but... Raising Undead looks like a waste, but outside of that, summoning the Wyvern and the zombies kind of cool. And if you have multiple of these Necromancers, then I guess you get a bunch of these guys, right? That could be really cool. And it doesn't... Oh, it replaces Zombie Keeper. Oh. And it doesn't work in water combat. That's kind of stupid. That definitely hurts it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so you only have 1 summon, which I guess like late game you could pick this up, or I guess early game actually. It wouldn't hurt you too much to pick it up early game. It gives you a little bit of a bonus. I just hope that they don't disappear after 3 turns. As long as that's the case, then it's pretty good. As long as it's permanent. Unlike the other summon skills. Alright, so what else do we have? Your support abilities now heal targets. Oh, that's nice. So 20. Alright. And then that goes up to 40. And it has all those. Okay, nice. And now it can resurrect. Well, that's pretty cool, I guess. Then you have this. Has no cooldown. Oh, that's nice. That makes it way more... Makes it really seamless into your builds. Gives you bolstered resistance. That's kind of nice. So you can make it where your ritualist is like a passive buffer and healer. Passive healing, passive buffing right here. Oh, that's nice. But then you want to be using a staff if you're doing this to maximize your damage. That's pretty good. I like that. Yo, that's not... Dude, that is actually powerful. Wow. That's really powerful. It applies regeneration twice now, I guess. Restore now affects all friendly units. Oh. And it has 2-turn cooldown. Compared to using it every turn. You can use this every turn. And you can give it all these upgrades right here. Every turn you can, wow. That's just way better. Way better than waiting 2 turns. Yeah, that's not worth it at all. Really? Yeah, that's not worth it at all. Yo, this is terrible. Use it for free, effectively speaking. Use it for free. Buffing your units every turn. Oh, dude. It's not even a question. What the heck? What the frick were they thinking? It's terrible. And see, the issue with this one is that if I go with the full point one, okay, so it's supposed to do a bunch of damage, right? Okay, yeah, I kind of get it. And it counters anybody that's using regeneration in their builds. But honestly, you want to use the one that's free. So if you have both of these for free, you're buffing your dudes a lot. And your hero still has room to attack. That's really good. Wow. Dang. Battlefield restoration. You know, that's not terrible. Okay, so I kind of like it. I don't understand Weaver, though. I do not understand this at all. I mean, I guess it's nice if you want to get Dark Ritual again. Yeah. That's about it. Alright, so I can already tell what is the most powerful with this. It's definitely the healing and the buffing here. And it gives you the obscuring flora. 40% harder to hit. Oh man. Wow. Yo, that makes it really good. Wow. I'm going straight for that trash. Straight for it. Hot freaking dang. Biatch. Oh, and your guys heal. So now this also heals you too. Oh my gosh. This is so good. Holy crap. Yo, am I making it up? What the? Dude, that's overpowered. What the frick were they thinking, man? You can literally turn your ritualist into a healing machine. Yo, literally 40 right here, 40 healing every turn, 40 healing, and then you get regeneration. Holy crap. And then right here you get regeneration again, and you get a little bit of healing. What the frick? Oh my gosh, these guys were on crack. Oh wait, no, you can't do this. Oh, so this turns your prayer into a mega. Okay, got it. Okay, so that's a trade-off. Okay, so it's 3 branches. Got it. I thought it was separate. Makes sense though. I was overlooking the little line right here. Okay. Well, still, I mean, so 10. I mean, that's still good though. You're able to use that every turn. That's still good. I mean, that's 20 healing overall, and then you're getting overall. You're getting 2 regeneration, which is 12. So that's 32 healing on a unit. And they're getting tankier. So that's just really good. So it's damage reduction, right? Wow. That's insane. I mean, that's just so powerful. And then you can do reclaiming attacks, which is even more healing on your units. Because with this kind of a build, you can heal and attack. Now, of course, that's not my build with this guy. This guy has the, he doesn't have a staff. He has the, right? Yeah, he has the spirit bolt. So that's kind of unfortunate, but man, that's just insane. Yeah, that's still really good. Wow. Yeah, I think that's better. Regardless of everything, I think this is way better right here. That is just way better. Holy crap. I love that. That's so powerful. Dang. So, and what else? Support abilities grant 1 bolstered resistance. Wait, hold up. So this also applies it. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. I mean, it's kind of weird how it doesn't just split it for both, but okay. Wow. Huh. Wow. I like that a lot. Because there's nothing worse than the fact that your hero cannot attack for a turn. So, keeping your hero free for attacks is really important. Now, of course, the thing with this is that you're getting yourself 2 regeneration, but you're wasting a turn. That's pretty much the biggest issue with this one here. You're freeing yourself up to attack every turn with this, and you're still getting the bonuses. It's basically a bunch of free buffs with your hero. So that is so nice. That makes the ritualist really nice. And by the way, Steward, I would say it's not one of the better ones. I would say that the Lawbringer is definitely one of the better renowns that you can go for. So man, that was nice. Having a healing buffer like that, that's just so good. And again, they're healing units every turn. You don't have to wait. Man, that is so good. That is just so good. I mean, that is so underrated. So, like, what about Shield of Faith? Don't know. Well, I kind of like the way that they've reworked all of this. I think that this is actually pretty much a improvement on what it was previous. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's different from the way it operated previously, because I think you could have really made yourself some superheroes with the fact that the skill tree wasn't so blocked off before. But I think the simplification, I think overall makes it better. Because it gives all your heroes a lot more direction and purpose. What is this? Instructor. So the hero leads a full army of legendary rank units. That is difficult, but that's not impossible to do. Rank up units in this hero's army. Oh, wow. Okay, so instructor's another good one, because you can definitely do that multiple times. Yep, so we already have these. We have curse. What does that do? Oh. Oh, they changed it. Okay, so now it's 2, and it weakens, and it does 14 damage. It's pretty nice. Oh, and then you can buff it? Oh, that's nice. Oh, shoot. Temporal Plague. Debuffs the target and all connected enemy units. Stuns and decays. Oh, shoot. Oh, dude, that's good. Oh, dang. Oh, dang, that's good. That's really good. What is this? Okay, tankier. Channel power. Yep, tankier. Or, ignore status resistance, yeah. Magic attacks, yep. Yes, okay. Lightning, evocation, or fire. Oh, wow. Okay. Alright, so buffs the damage, or... Okay. Oh, really? Oh, shoot, really? Oh. So it's kind of like a wildfire ability. It's cool. Oh, wow. Oh, that's good. Okay. I like that. So I guess that double applies, burning has a chance to, or electrified. Not bad. Okay. And this is just if you want to max out your damage for, I guess, one shots, right? What is this? Oh my gosh. Wow, you can build up those fire stacks like crazy. Okay. That's actually not too bad. That's really good. And how often can I do that? Oh, every turn? Oh my. Oh my, that's actually nice. And then they explode? And there's more burning. Wow. That's kind of nice. So we could go this way, where I get more critical chance and accuracy. Did they change these? Okay. It's kind of interesting. So what is this? So it deals damage to the target unit, ignoring defenses. Devouring spell. Magic attacks. So this can apply the burning. So even if it doesn't kill the unit, it has the potential to do so through the burning. And then they could explode for 20 fire damage. Wow. And most likely, I don't know, actually. Never mind. Oh, and then you get strengthen, refresh all your ability cooldowns. Wait. So it refreshes this one too then. Oh my gosh. Deals damage. Wow. Oh, it can't be refreshed. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. So you have to wait 2 turns. Okay. So I guess it's more of something that you would use with lightning evocation. Interesting. All right. Interesting. So there's a chance of applying diseased. That's huge. Weaken instead. Disrupted instead, which could be good. Decaying. In a 1 hex radius. Wow. Oh, and it can freeze? Dang. So you either make it where a bunch of units have decaying and diseased in a 1 hex radius. Wow. I don't know about this. Oh, well, it's really good for stunning, I guess. Yeah. Wow, that's really interesting. So you can go one of these 2 ways. And you have a high chance to inflict frozen. Well, that's a good way to lock down a target. And to deal a bunch of damage to it, I guess, as well. Yeah, that's a good way to lock down targets. Debuff abilities. So weaken, debuff. Is this a debuff? It's only attack, right? Yeah. But this turns into a debuff. So you could have disruption, which is really good, or decay. That's not too bad. So it kind of becomes a secondary curse. Lightning Evoker. If not exactly, actually. Yeah, almost exactly. But I can make it where diseased is spread amongst a bunch of these units. Ooh. That's kind of nice. What is this? Yes. Oh, so Phantasmal is locked behind all this now. Got it. And then we have the summon abilities. They're all connected to each other. And it makes you tankier if you go down this route. Then you get the teleport. There's another teleport right here. Interesting. Okay. And then tentacled escape. And then you have also this. This is a debuff. Oh, insanity. Yeah. Yeah, so we still have delirium. Okay. But it takes all of your action points. And if it's debuff, then that means, okay, so decaying, sure. I guess burning, right? That should apply. No, it's just a debuff. Okay, it's kind of interesting. I mean, you know, if you go this way, this is a little bit more tanky. You're trying to make yourself harder to kill. Which is a really good way to go. Man, I really want to do wildfire. It reads off really good. And what is this? Yes, that's good too. Wow. Well, it's kind of tough because I think there's a defensive way to go about things, but then there's a defensive and offensive way to go about this. If I go this way, then I make it a lot more difficult for enemy units to do damage to me, right? Because with lightning evocation, this makes it so that I could possibly disrupt 3 units with this. Wow. And weaken them. Wow. So there's a lot of trade-offs between all this. Wow. Oh, and this is also a debuff. Interesting. Wow. Man. Oh my gosh, dude. There's so many ways we can go with this. Wow. I definitely want to try this out. It just reads off like it's really strong. So, might as well give it a shot. And then I want to do this. And this also seems to be pretty strong. And we should do this to bring up my accuracy and whatnot. And that one's also worthwhile. Getting more range, I think that matters less right now. In this, right? So this one right here. Oh, it cannot. But this one refreshes, right? Yeah, it does. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. So it can refresh channel power if you get the kill. Holy crap. So that pretty much guarantees a kill. Well, if that's the case, then I think I should just go the whole way, right? On this right here, this side. Rather than going tanky, I should do Magecraft. because that's pretty much the build I'm going for anyways. Even though it's not really the best. Okay, I'm pretty sure the game's gonna crash regardless. We're gonna see what happens. Let's see what happens. But now we did this, so for the next time that we're playing, you know, if it turns out I'm not allowed to play this playthrough anymore, which would be really unfortunate. That would suck. I mean, that would really suck. Holy crap. Let's see what happens though. There's no reason for the game to be gay about this, unless it's really that homosexual. Oh, hold up. I can get some territory. Look at this. Gee, man. Look at this. Look at this freaking dog trash. We can grab the, we can grab this. I wanted this a while ago. Yeah, I want that trash. Give it to me. And then we can go get the hidden garden whenever we can get it. We definitely want to expand over here. I can only get so much. 4 provinces, right? So we're gonna grab that too. Well, I'm pretty excited. I kind of like the new system because I think it's a little bit easier to navigate on console. And ultimately, I think it kind of makes your heroes a little bit more interesting because there's more direction behind the way that they're designed, you know? Am I allowed to do this yet? Am I allowed to? No. They don't allow you. Retarded. So effing stupid. All right. How's my homeboy doing down here? Absolutely terribly. Good on you. Good work, you mother effing queer. I'm out of here. In style. Alright, well now we're gonna see if the game just completely takes a dump on its own face. Wait, did I leveled up this trash can? Yeah, that makes it a lot easier to level up your trash can clowns, honestly. It's just way nicer because there's more of an idea behind how you build your units. And it was always kind of there. There was always an idea that you could have gone for. But it's just a lot more clear how you can build a hero. And I think it makes it better for like making anti-builds, counter builds to certain units, right? Because if you have diseased or, specifically decaying in your builds and or poison in your builds, then you're counteracting a lot of the regeneration from a healing build, from a ritualist. So it just gives a lot more plays and counterplays. I think it incentivizes more strategy between players and whatever they could be building with their heroes. I think that's what's better about it. I should just start another army. If I'm allowed. Perhaps I'm not allowed. Alright, let's see what this trash can clown nonsense does. This better not kill the game here, but it may. I'm gonna do something else. This is gonna be another layer of retarded defense right here. Wait, did something like break? Is it the umbral rifts? That would be weird if it were. We're just gonna give it a shot. Alright. Let's find out. Together, hand in hand, totally not gay. Oh my gosh, it still breaks the game. It's caught up on something, for sure. I have no idea what it is though. So, Empire of Ants has come out recently. It's a new RTS. Well, you had me at RTS. Is it really an RTS? I'm begging for another RTS. You have no idea. I don't know if it is an RTS. What, the crew came out with another game? Well, good luck with that. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright, I was trying to fix it, but it won't budge, man. So, it's kind of frustrating. I can't really do anything about it. Unfortunate. Dear God. So I guess I'm screwed, right? WTF. Alright. So I guess that's it. I guess we can't finish the playthrough. That sucks. I really wanted to. There's nothing showing me what I can do. I've done everything I can think of, but it keeps on crashing. Wow, this is really frustrating. Okay. Let me see, is there anything else I can do? Yeah, it looks like we are SOL. There is absolutely nothing I can do. That is so gay. That is so unbelievably gay. Wow. Wow. Dang. Oh, shoot. Man. My life, it sucks. It's terrible being me. Why am I like this? Why must I live on like this? Dang, that sucks, man. Okay, well, I guess there's nothing I can do. I'm trying to think of what it is I can do, but it just doesn't care. The game does not care. Yeah, something broke it. I have no idea. No idea. Zero. Wow, how unfortunate. Wow, that sucks. There's nothing I can do. It just totally died like that. Dang. Well, that's definitely unfortunate. I wish I could say it didn't turn out like this. But it did. Sadly, it did. Wow. Well, that's homosexual. To put it short, definitely homosexual. Definitely not for straight men with a man's blood. No, this is woman's blood right here. This kind of dog trash. What the frick? This is gay. This is not for heterosexual males. What the frick? Man? Why the homosexuality, guy? Huh? You're not gonna let me play my game? You freaking queer? What is it? You're into dudes? That's what I thought. You freaking trash can clown. I'm offended by this mother effing game. I'm offended. Oh, dude, hold up. Hey, look at this. Yo, Sheikah, what's up? Oh, freak. Look at this. So if we go look at Ralik, whatever. Something that's interesting here. This used to be a big issue and I could never tell. I'm glad that they finally fixed this. So it shows to you that if your vassal has access to a wonder, you're getting that Imperium. That's really nice. Now, I don't know what this guy has. Oh, I don't think I'm getting all of it, right? I'm not getting the full income out of the... Who's this guy? Why am I getting Imperium? What is he connected to? What are you connected to? What's doing it? I have no idea. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Well, there's something that's making it so that I get Imperium out of this bozo. So that's cool. I have no idea what it is. But that's nice. That's very nice. I like it. I do. Alright. I'm getting 3 out of this guy. I don't know why. I'm getting 3 out of you. That must be because of a certain bonus. Yeah, I think it's... Oh, is it the ruler's statue? Is that what it is? Oh, wait. Is that... Oh, so it's the ruler's statue for all of them. So then that means I'm only getting a portion from Ralik. I'm only getting a portion from the wonder, right? Is that right? Yeah, that seems to be correct. Oh, that sucks. Oh, well now that's also homosexual and gay. What the frick? Why is everything homosexual? What the frick are we doing here, man? What's up with the homosexuality, eh? Jeez, man. What is it? What, you're not into women? What? What the frick? What, you have an issue with breasts? Is that where it's gonna be, game? Is that really where you wanna freaking be right now with me? You wanna have an issue with Tifa? You actually have a problem with freaking sexy women? Who we own as property, by the way. Absolute property. We call Tifa fine real estate, okay? Do you happen to be gay? Game? Why are you into dudes? You freaking queer. Unbelievable, man. Some of these freaking people, I mean, these mother effers, man, they get so freaking uppity all the time. And it's only due to this raging homosexuality that we are being subjected to right now in real time. So by the way, they added some new tomes to the game. And if we go look at it, I don't know why. Who's going to be watching this video? I could just be doing this in the next video, and way more people are going to be seeing me talk about this. Why am I doing this right now? You know who I'm doing this for? The kids. I'm doing this for the kids. Oh, it's not even showing me. Okay, fine, you're freaking queer. Fine, I didn't care anyways. It meant absolutely nothing to me. You mean absolutely nothing. Just like your mother thought of you when you were a young little biatch. Okay, well that's unfortunate. Well, it looks like my entire existence has now defeated me, so... Well, you know, it was a good run, and I guess we were not allowed to really make that much progress. You know, it's kind of concerning, I guess, and kind of depressing, all at the same time. But I guess we're here, and we are not queer, but yeah, we are definitely here. So I'm a little bit pissed off at the moment. I'm not really that happy. Things could have gone a lot better. But I guess next time... I mean, it went alright. We definitely won by now. There's no way for us to win, however, because the game is glitched. So I'm going to be saving. And here's what we're going to be doing. This is either the end of the video right here, or I will be back because I will learn about something that has allowed me to fix it, which I believe I will not be figuring out. But my guess is that this is an issue. I don't think this is an issue with the DLC. I think this is an issue with the game on this playthrough because I just updated the game because of the DLC. So I'm gonna guess that the update boned me in the freaking urethra. Oh yeah. Ah yeah. Some of that homosexual nonsense, my friend. Screw my life. Yeah, this sucks. It sucks to be me. I've been subjected to this. So I guess I'm getting 2 Imperium from this, which really sucks. But, I mean, at least we're getting something. I guess. Whatever. It's kind of gay, actually. I'm not a big fan of that. I wish you could trade territory with your vassals. I mean, they're your freaking vassal. Why not? What the frick does he need all this frickin' space for? It's me that matters. I frickin' own you. I'm your frickin' slave master, you little frickin' biatch. Show some respect. Show some mother effing okay. No respect. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. That's what we call retarded. Okay, well, that's really unfortunate. I am severely disappointed right now. My entire existence has been defeated by this. Wow. Well, that blows. How much research am I getting out of these guys? A good bit. That's nice. Yeah, it's not too bad. I know why. It's the void ink and also it's the territory. It's not because they're actually building the buildings for research. It's because of everything else. So, okay, well, that's kind of cool. You know, I kind of have some ideas for a future playthrough, by the way. I was thinking of doing like a 1v1 and playing at the maximum difficulty in a 1v1 against an AI, right? Oh, and by the way, I have been thinking about doing multiplayer recently, trying it out again. In the past, I could never make it work out, but apparently they improved the multiplayer stability recently, and I think they tried to do some quality of life, so I might give it a shot. And listen, if I could do multiplayer, I would. That would be pretty cool. I wish they would allow you to do something like a drop in, drop out, if I'm being honest with you. Just like Crusader Kings. That would be kind of nice. Obviously, that comes with some trade-offs, but it's like at the very least, you can play the game, and if somebody leaves, which for a game like this, that's inevitable. Absolutely inevitable. But if you can get around that problem with people, and you can just have people coming in and out of the lobby, I think that would be best overall. The only issue with that is that there's high turnover. People end up in the lobby, and they're like, oh, I don't want to play this. You have this guy that's winning, or okay, I mean that's not always the case, because one of the other issues is that it might not be the fact that you're winning, but it's the fact that there's some AI that is taking over the map. Somebody joins the freaking lobby, they join as the AI that's creaming everybody, and then you have to fight that dude with this insane economy that you just fell into. That's the issue with it, and I don't really enjoy that, so I don't know. Anyways, we might try out the multiplayer. I think it's about time. It's been forever. I've been sitting off from it for a long time now. Hold up. I've been avoiding it like Satan, so I think it's about time that we get into it. So I'm really disappointed about this. We're gonna see what's going on, what the issue is. But this was a good run, I will say that. I think the summoner build is actually pretty good. I think it's pretty legitimate. I don't hate it. I actually enjoy it. Overall, I think it's pretty rewarding to play. I think the summoners are pretty okay. I don't know if they're that strong, but I think they're pretty alright when you look at everything considered, okay? What else? Yeah, they don't come with a lot of defense, that's for sure. Maybe that's a new thing? Kind of looks like that's a new thing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, because this guy is what rank is he? Oh wait, how about a guy that's max rank? Do we have one that's max rank? Ah, you queers. Anyways, he would have 6. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. So this guy has 7. So 7 equals 52%. And 9 equals 61? Yeah, I think they nerfed it. That does not look right to me. I could look through the older footage, but do I really want to? I would have to look for the perfect moment where I'm looking at the numbers. I don't know when that was, so screw my life. Anyways, all right, that was good overall. I do want to look at this real quick. Unit, enchantment, upkeep. I've been looking at it. It's really cheap lately. I wonder why. Do I have a bunch of reduction for it? I don't know. Interesting. Well, anyways. Alright, that was good. So, we're going to be starting right after this, by the way, the DLC for this game. We've been having a massive hiatus from this game, and now we're coming back. Just in time for the DLC. And luckily, the game rush is pretty much over right now. There's a couple of games that will be coming out into the near future, but at least we've gotten through the game rush, and I actually got out all those reviews overall, I would say, yeah. Yeah, for the large part, yeah, pretty much everything. So, That's pretty nice. We got through everything. Man, when I was coming on to the game rush, I was like, oh frick, this is gonna freaking bust my freaking eye news, but we're here. So now we're gonna be getting into the Way of War DLC.